Every person you pass, every smile, every calm expression, every confident stride hides a mind that gets loud when the night finally arrives. When the lights dim, when the responsibilities pause, when no one needs anything from you. That's when the truth shows up. The thoughts you've been postponing, the emotions you've been carrying like invisible luggage, the fears that whisper louder in the quiet, the memories that return without asking permission. Not because you're broken, but because your mind has never been taught how to rest, only how to survive. We learn how to work, we learn how to endure, we learn how to keep going when every part of us is tired, but almost no one teaches us how to slow down, how to soften, how to unclench the heart after holding everything together for so long. Deep inside you, beneath all the noise, there is a steadier version of you waiting, a quieter you, a wiser you, a you that doesn't need to overthink every moment just to feel safe. A you that knows peace isn't found by running away, it's found by returning within. The Stoics understood something simple but powerful. The mind calms when it stops wrestling with itself. Thoughts lose their grip when you stop chasing them. And inner peace is not an accident. It's a practice, built one breath at a time. That is what these 4 hours are for. 4 hours to put down what has been heavy. 4 hours to let your thoughts settle instead of swirl. 4 hours to let the night heal what the day has worn down. 4 hours to step into a stillness that has always been yours, waiting, patient, beneath the surface. Tonight, you return to yourself. When the mind finally grows quiet, something subtle begins to rise, a soft recognition that you've been carrying far more than anyone can see. Not just responsibilities, not just thoughts, but tiny emotional weights that attach themselves to you throughout the day. Moments that bothered you, words that stuck, expectations you tried to meet, all of it piling up quietly, silently, almost invisibly, until you're alone with yourself. And in that delicate moment between wakefulness and rest, you can feel the truth. You're tired in places sleep alone cannot reach. This is why the Stoics practiced what they called nightly indifference, a way of releasing the day so the night can actually do its job. Because without letting go, the mind remains clenched, the heart remains busy, and sleep becomes something you fall into out of exhaustion rather than something that heals you. Nightly indifference is not coldness, and it's not pretending you don't care. It's the skill of loosening your emotional grip so the day cannot follow you into the night. It's the art of not letting unfinished conversations, unkind comments, or unfulfilled tasks attach themselves to your peace. The Stoics believed that everything that happened during the day should be placed down before sleep, not ignored, but acknowledged, understood, and then released, the same way you drop a heavy bag once you're home. This practice starts with one simple truth. The mind must stop carrying what cannot be changed. The day is gone, the moment has passed, the mistakes, the awkwardness, the tension. None of it can be repaired at 2 in the morning. When you hold on to these things, your mind becomes a restless storyteller, replaying scenes and rewriting outcomes that no longer exist. The Stoics saw this as unnecessary suffering, a battle against shadows, a fight with ghosts, an argument with memories. Nightly indifference teaches you to stop wrestling with what has already ended. This attitude helps soften one of the most harmful habits we have, taking everything personally. An offhand comment from someone else turns into hours of replaying the tone, the expression, the hidden meaning. The Stoics would say, the event is over, the words are gone, and the meaning exists only in your interpretation. If you let every small moment of life become a personal wound, sleep becomes impossible. Nightly indifference breaks this habit by gently reminding you that not everything deserves a place in your mind. Some things can be allowed to fade without analysis. It also teaches you how to withdraw your attention from things that don't deserve it. Attention is fuel. The more you give to a thought, the more it grows. Worry feeds on attention. Regret feeds on attention. Anger survives through attention. Nightly indifference redirects your energy from the thoughts that drain you to the thoughts that free you. This shift doesn't happen all at once. It is a practice of noticing when the mind wanders towards something heavy and choosing, kindly, calmly, to step away. Part of this practice involves recognizing that not every problem belongs to you. Some weights come from other people's stress, other people's moods, other people's expectations. Throughout the day, we absorb these without realizing it. By night, we're carrying emotions that aren't even ours. Nightly indifference teaches you to sort through the emotional clutter and return what never belonged to you. The irritation you picked up from a stranger, the pressure you felt from someone's tone, the disappointment you sensed in someone's silence. None of this is yours to hold. The Stoics also understood that the mind seeks control, especially at night. It tries to solve things, fix things, predict things, prevent things. But this instinct creates tension, not peace. Nightly indifference reminds you that rest does not come from solving everything. It comes from accepting that not everything needs to be solved tonight. A mind that releases control becomes soft enough to sleep deeply. A mind that insists on holding everything stays wired long after the body begs for rest. Another part of this practice is emotional honesty. You don't deny what you feel. You don't suppress it. You acknowledge the feeling fully, give it space, and then let it pass like a wave that no longer needs to cling to you. This creates room inside you, room for stillness, room for softness, room for sleep. Emotional honesty without attachment is a form of freedom the Stoics valued deeply. Nightly indifference also allows you to meet yourself with gentleness instead of judgment. The day may not have been perfect. You may have said the wrong thing, forgotten something important, or reacted in a way you didn't like. That's part of being human. The Stoics believed that harsh self-criticism damages the mind more than any external event. Nightly indifference lets you acknowledge your flaws without carrying them as burdens. You reflect, you learn, but you do not punish yourself. As you practice this, something shifts inside you. The night becomes a sanctuary instead of a second battlefield. Thoughts that once kept you awake lose their intensity. You begin to trust the quiet. You begin to trust yourself. And sleep stops being an escape. It becomes a return to balance. This is the heart of nightly indifference, the gentle separation between you and the noise of the day, a soft boundary that keeps the night sacred, a shift that allows peace to reach you because you finally make space for it. When the day no longer follows you into the evening, the mind finally rests, and in that rest, something inside you realigns, something softens, something heals. When the day no longer follows you into the evening, the mind finally rests, and in that rest, something inside you realigns, something softens, something heals. In that quiet, a new kind of space appears, space not just to set down what was heavy, but to see what truly matters underneath everything you carried. There is a simple truth many people avoid until they are forced to face it. Everything ends. Every talk, every meeting, every small joy and small pain belongs to a long chain of endings. Most of the time, we live as if days are copies that will keep coming forever. The Stoics treated each day as a one-time life in small form. Micromortality reflection is the habit of noticing these endings on purpose. Not to frighten yourself, but to calm your mind by seeing reality clearly. Before sleep, you quietly admit, this whole day is over. The chances it held, the words that were spoken, the sunlight that touched your skin, they now exist only as memory. Even you are not the same person who woke up this morning. Seen this way, the day becomes complete. It cannot be stretched so you can change replies, fix tones, or reshape moments. It has already lived its full length. This simple insight has a soft but deep effect. Many things that felt huge just hours ago begin to lose their size. A sharp comment becomes one sound in a day that has already passed. An awkward moment becomes a brief scene in a finished story. The Stoics reminded themselves that life is short, so they would value what is in front of them. Micromortality brings that wisdom down to the level of a single night. You stand at the edge of the day, and instead of fighting with it, you give it a quiet farewell, not with anger, not with denial, but with a kind of inner bow. You acknowledge that this small life called today is complete. From this place, your sense of priority shifts. You stop treating your last waking minutes as a dumping ground for old worries. You see that they are part of your limited time and begin to guard them with more care. A simple question can guide you here. Is this thought worthy of being one of the last things I give my attention to today? Many worries fall away when held up to that question. This reflection also changes how fear feels at night. Much of what keeps people awake is a tense response to loss, the loss of time, of roles, of safety, of people. When you notice that endings are not rare events, but a constant, gentle movement that has always been with you, fear becomes less mysterious. You have already lived through countless small endings, hours, conversations, seasons, versions of yourself. Each one ended, and still you are here. Sleep itself starts to look different through this lens. Instead of feeling like a sudden drop into nothing, it becomes another step in the same pattern. Things rise, they stay for a while, they pass. The Stoics sometimes spoke of handing the day back to nature at night. You did what you could with this small span of time. Now you let the larger order hold it. This way of seeing also changes the questions your mind asks. Instead of circling around, why did they do that? Or, what if tomorrow collapses? It turns toward gentler questions. What did today show me? And what would I like to carry into the next day's small life? These questions close loops rather than opening new ones. They help the mind settle without pretending nothing went wrong. There is quiet forgiveness hidden in this practice. When you treat the day as finished, you stop dragging people's actions beyond their proper place. Someone was unfair. You were impatient. Both belong to a story that has ended. Its scenes cannot be filmed again. They can only be understood. From that understanding, the grip of bitterness slowly loosens. For sleep, this matters more than it first seems. Your body can lie flat, and your eyes can be closed. Yet if your mind refuses to let the day end, it keeps trying to change scenes that no longer exist. Micro-mortality reflection offers a softer act. You recognize that today has lived its whole life. You thank it for what it gave, and you let it go back into the stream of all your past days. With time, this nightly awareness begins to shape how you live while the sun is up. Knowing you will stand again at the edge of the dark and look back, you start to choose words with more care and spend less energy on empty drama. You notice more of the quiet beauty that passes through ordinary hours, and when night returns, you greet it with less struggle and more ease, because you are no longer fighting against the simple truth that gives each day its value, that it does not last forever. Something shifts inside you when you begin to see the day as a complete story, not a puzzle that must be solved before you sleep. The mind feels lighter, the heart becomes steadier, and the night no longer feels like a battlefield. In that space of gentle closure, another Stoic practice rises naturally, the discipline of assent, a practice that decides which thoughts deserve entry and which ones must wait outside the gates of your mind. This discipline is quiet, simple, and deeply powerful. It begins with one truth: not every thought that appears deserves to be believed. The mind produces thoughts the way the lungs produce breath, constantly, automatically, often without accuracy. A thought is not a fact. A feeling is not a verdict. A memory is not a command. But at night, when you're tired and the world is silent, thoughts become louder, more dramatic, more convincing. This is when the discipline of assent becomes essential. Assent means choosing which thoughts you allow to shape your inner world. Before sleep, the mind often throws out possibilities, fears, predictions, regrets, and exaggerated stories. Without discipline, you accept them all as truth, and your body reacts as if every imagined scenario is happening right now. The Stoics saw this as unnecessary suffering, a self-created storm in a calm room. The discipline begins with noticing. A thought rises, a worry about tomorrow, a replay of something awkward, a fear of an outcome. Instead of absorbing it instantly, you pause. You look at it the way you would look at a stranger knocking on your door late at night. Do you know this thought? Does it carry truth? Does it help you? Does it belong inside your peace? That pause changes everything. It breaks the habit of automatic belief. It teaches the mind that it does not lead. You do. From that pause, something even more important happens. You start to ask simple questions. Not complex analysis, not emotional wrestling, just gentle clarity. Is this thought describing reality or fear? Is it urgent or simply loud? Is it within my control or outside it? Is it useful right now? Most nighttime thoughts fall apart under such simple questioning. A worry about something you cannot influence becomes less powerful. A memory you can't change stops demanding attention. A fear of the future becomes smaller when you see it as one possibility among many. Assent gives you a kind of inner filter, separating what deserves your energy from what only wastes it. This discipline also trains you to see the difference between a feeling and a truth. You may feel unprepared, but that does not mean you are. You may feel abandoned, but that does not mean you have no support. You may feel like things are falling apart, but that feeling often comes from exhaustion, not reality. The Stoics taught that feelings should be acknowledged but not obeyed. They are signals, not orders. Assent helps the mind grow calmer by reducing the number of thoughts it treats as emergencies. At night, everything feels larger because your defenses are down and your body is trying to relax. A small problem becomes huge. A simple task becomes overwhelming. A minor concern becomes a full story. By choosing which thoughts you accept, you prevent the mind from building entire narratives out of thin air. One thought remains one thought, not a chain reaction. There is another part of this practice that matters deeply: patience. Thoughts don't like being questioned. Some will push, some will return, some will try to prove themselves. The discipline of assent doesn't mean forcing them to leave. It means allowing them to pass without granting them authority. A thought can exist without being believed. It can appear without being acted upon. That alone creates calm. Assent also teaches responsibility. Responsibility for your inner atmosphere. If you let every thought dictate your mood, the mind becomes chaotic. But when you choose what enters, the inner world becomes orderly, gentle, predictable. Sleep thrives in order, not chaos. When thoughts stop pulling you in every direction, the mind settles, the breath slows, and the body follows. This practice also reduces guilt and self-criticism. At night, the mind often tries to replay mistakes or judge your behavior harshly. But if you question these thoughts, you'll see that most are exaggerated or distorted by fatigue. You recognize that a single moment does not define you. You begin to treat your own mind with fairness rather than punishment. The softness that comes from fairness is what allows true rest. As you continue, you will notice that your thoughts become quieter because they know they will be questioned. They lose their power to drag you into long stories. You become the one who decides what grows and what fades. And this simple act, choosing what to accept, becomes one of the strongest tools for inner peace. The discipline of assent before bed is not about controlling thoughts. It is about guiding them. It is about protecting your mental space the same way you protect your physical home. No one enters without permission. No worry becomes truth without inspection. No fear becomes certainty without clarity. And when you end the day this way, something gentle rises in you. You feel a steady sense of ownership over your mind. You feel less pushed by thoughts and more centered in yourself. Sleep comes not because you escaped your thoughts, but because you understood them, sorted them, and allowed only what was peaceful to stay. This discipline becomes a quiet doorway into rest, a doorway you can walk through every night. The mind grows quieter when you begin choosing which thoughts deserve your attention. But there is still one more layer that often keeps people awake: the body itself. Even when your thoughts settle, your muscles hold on to the story of the day. Your shoulders remember tension your mind has already forgotten. Your jaw holds arguments your heart let go of hours ago. Your stomach stays tight long after the stress has passed. The body speaks in a language most people never learn to hear. This is where the Stoics brought in something rarely talked about today: somatic stillness. A calm body becomes a calm mind. A tense body becomes a restless one. Somatic means of the body, and stillness means more than not moving. It means easing the physical patterns that keep you tied to the noise of the day. The Stoics understood that the mind is not separate from the body. They influence each other constantly. Somatic stillness begins with noticing. Many people go to bed without realizing that the body is clenched like a fist. The neck is tight. The breath is shallow. The chest feels like it's holding something unspoken. These physical states make the mind restless without you realizing why. When the body feels unsafe, even slightly, the mind starts scanning for danger. Thoughts become louder. Emotions become heavier. Sleep slips further away. Stoic somatic stillness teaches you to restore physical safety before you ask the mind to rest. The first step is to bring attention into the body gently, without judgment. Notice the way your body is positioned. Notice where you feel pressure, heat, tightness. This awareness calms the nervous system because it tells your brain that you are paying attention, that you are here, not lost in thoughts. From here, the next step is releasing micro-tensions. Not dramatic stretches, not forceful relaxation, just the soft unclenching of areas that tighten to protect you. Let your shoulders drop slightly. Let your jaw loosen. Let your forehead soften. Let your stomach release its grip. These small changes send a powerful message to the brain. There is no threat here. You are safe enough to rest. The Stoics practiced this by aligning their posture and breath before sleep, believing that a calm physical state reduces the influence of disruptive emotions. When the breath slows, the mind follows. Breath is one of the most honest reflections of your inner world. When you are stressed, it becomes shallow and rushed. When you are at peace, it lengthens naturally. You don't need to force long breaths. Just allow each exhale to soften a part of you. The body knows how to relax when you stop interfering with it. Somatic stillness also involves learning to feel without reacting. Sometimes you lie down and a sudden wave of tension or sadness moves through you. Most people resist it, fearing that if they feel it fully, it will overwhelm them. But resistance creates more tension. Somatic stillness teaches you to let sensations rise and fall like waves in a quiet lake. You don't analyze them. You don't judge them. You don't turn them into stories. You allow them to pass through the body the way a breeze passes through a room, touching you briefly and then moving on. This practice helps you understand something important. Not every physical sensation requires a mental reaction. A tight chest does not mean something is wrong. A heavy stomach does not mean you made a mistake. A shaky feeling does not mean danger. Sometimes the body is simply releasing what it held all day. When you let it move without resistance, the sensation fades much quicker than when you fight it. The Stoics also valued stillness because it grounds the mind in the present moment. Many nighttime worries come from replaying the past or predicting the future, but the body only exists here, in this moment. When you anchor your attention into the physical world, your breath, your weight on the bed, the softness of your muscles, the mind stops drifting toward spirals of thought. The body becomes a doorway back to reality. Somatic stillness also teaches humility. You see that no matter how strong your mind tries to be, your body tells the truth. It shows your real level of stress, your real exhaustion, your real need for rest. Listening to your body becomes a form of wisdom, a way of caring for yourself without using words. With practice, your body starts to feel softer at night without effort. Muscles learn that bedtime means safety. Breath becomes slower without being forced. The nervous system settles more quickly. Sleep comes easier. And when you wake, you feel the difference, not just in your body, but in your mind. You face the day with more tolerance, more clarity, more steadiness. Somatic stillness is not about becoming motionless. It is about removing the inner noise held inside your muscles so that your mind can settle. It is about letting go of the body's reflex to stay alert long after the danger has passed. It is about understanding that peace is not only practiced in thoughts, but also in the way you inhabit your own physical form. When you enter the night through somatic stillness, you invite the kind of sleep that rebuilds you from the inside out. Thoughts soften. Breath deepens. The body sinks into the safety it waited for all day. And in that softness, the mind finally releases its last grip on the noise of the world. That is the power of Stoic somatic stillness, returning home to yourself through the body, one gentle breath at a time. The body becomes a quieter place when you let go of the tensions it held for you, but the night still has one more challenge waiting, the world outside of you. Even when your muscles soften and your thoughts slow down, there is still the pressure of everything beyond your control. Expectations, noise, responsibilities, memories, demands, fears that don't belong to the body but weigh on it anyway. This is why the Stoics built something internal, something unshakable, something no one else could enter unless you allowed it. They called it the inner citadel, a protected space inside the mind where you remain untouched by the world, not disconnected, not numb, but unharmed. A place where peace is not stolen, but kept. A place where the outside world cannot reach unless you open the gate. At night, when everything feels closer and more personal, the inner citadel becomes more than a metaphor. It becomes a refuge. This meditation begins by recognizing that the world does not stop when you go to sleep. People will still have opinions. Tasks will still be waiting. Problems will still exist. But none of them need to sit beside you in bed. None of them need to enter the deepest part of your mind. The inner citadel is that boundary, the inner place where you meet yourself without the world's noise. The first step is mental withdrawal, not escape. Withdrawal. You gather your attention from the outside world. You pull it away from conversations, tasks, screens, responsibilities, and anything that tries to enter your mental space without your permission. This withdrawal is not coldness, it is preservation. It is the recognition that the mind cannot rest while stretched in 100 directions. The second step is strengthening the sense of inner safety. The Stoics believe that the mind is strongest when anchored in the things within your control. Your interpretations, your responses, your decisions, your character. The inner citadel holds only what belongs to you. Everything else stays outside. When you fall asleep holding only what is yours to handle, peace becomes much more natural. The meditation deepens when you begin to visualize, not images, but qualities. You sense the boundaries of your inner world growing more defined. The parts of you that were open and unguarded throughout the day start to close gently, like shutters in the evening. Not in fear, but in rest. You are no longer available to the world, not emotionally, not mentally, not spiritually. The night is your time to return within. This creates a powerful psychological shift. Without realizing it, most people allow the world to enter them at night. A small comment echoes as if it were spoken in your room. A worry grows as if it happened in front of you. The mind becomes a hallway where problems roam freely. The inner citadel stops this. It creates a protected inner landscape where only what brings steadiness can enter. Everything else must remain outside the gates. As you continue this practice, you start to notice something subtle. The inner citadel is not built from walls, but from values. It is made of your patience, your honesty, your discipline, your clarity, your courage. These qualities are not shaken by a difficult day. They are not uprooted by someone's opinion. They do not vanish because something went wrong. They are yours, your foundation. And when you fall asleep grounded in them, you feel safe in a way that does not depend on the world behaving itself. Another layer of the inner citadel meditation is emotional protection, not avoidance, protection. When emotions try to enter your night, you greet them with boundaries. A worry arrives. You acknowledge it, but you do not let it step inside. A regret tries to replay itself. You see it for what it is, a thought from earlier, not a truth about now. The citadel teaches you to meet each emotion at the door, gentle, firm, unwilling to surrender the night to anything that steals your peace. This practice does something unexpected. It restores dignity. The world often pulls at you all day, demanding reactions, forcing roles, shaping your behavior. The inner citadel gives you back your inner authority. You decide what influences you. You decide what penetrates you. You decide when the world stops. And in that autonomy, sleep becomes deeper. Not just because the mind is calmer, but because you're no longer exposed. Rest feels safer when you know your inner space is yours alone. The Stoics believed that a person who builds this inner fortress is free in a way even kings are not, because freedom is not about having power. It is about not being ruled by the world's noise. Over time, this practice changes how you meet the day as well. When you wake, you step out of the inner citadel with clarity. The world feels less threatening because you know you can return to that protected space whenever you need. You carry yourself differently, not harder, not colder, but steadier. The opinions of others lose their sharpness. The chaos around you feels less personal. The world becomes something you move through, not something that moves through you. At night, when you return to this inner fortress, it welcomes you like a familiar home, quiet, steady, undisturbed. And inside that stillness, sleep flows more easily, more deeply, more honestly, because for the first time in a long time, you are resting somewhere safe. That is the power of the inner citadel at night, an inner sanctuary no one can take from you. The inner citadel becomes a quiet place once you learn to close its gates, but inside those walls there is something even more subtle waiting for you. Something older than your fears, steadier than your thoughts, and wiser than your habits. The Stoics called it the demon, not a spirit in the mystical sense, but the deepest part of you that knows the truth long before your mind catches up. The voice that speaks softly, without pressure or panic. The one that remains steady even when everything around you tilts. Most people never hear this voice because the world is too loud. Thoughts drown it out. Worry pushes past it. Noise buries it. But at night, when the surface mind grows quiet, this inner counselor finally has room to rise. And if you learn to listen to it, it becomes one of the most powerful tools for your peace. This practice begins with recognizing that not every voice inside you is yours. Some come from fear, some come from past wounds, some come from society, some come from fatigue. The demon is different. It never shouts, it never demands, it never threatens. It just offers clarity, clean, calm, and without emotional turbulence. When the Stoics spoke of inner guidance, this is what they meant. The first step to hearing it is slowing down the mental noise, not stopping thoughts, but softening them. When thoughts lose their urgency, what remains underneath becomes easier to sense. The demon does not speak in words most of the time. It speaks through a feeling of correctness, a quiet knowing, a direction that feels steady instead of pressured. Many people confuse fear-based instinct with inner wisdom, but they feel completely different. Fear pushes and rushes. Wisdom steadies and slows. Fear contracts the body. Wisdom relaxes it. Fear brings you into hypothetical futures. Wisdom roots you in the present. At night, when the mind is not as busy, the difference becomes clearer. Listening to the demon also requires honesty. Honesty with yourself. It reveals the truths you've avoided all day, the decisions you've postponed, the boundaries you need, the habits that drain you, the longings you've buried. It does not judge these things, it simply brings them into view. Many people avoid stillness because they fear what they will find inside. But what you avoid becomes heavier. What you face becomes lighter. This inner counsel becomes especially important at night because the mind tends to distort things when it's tired. Problems appear larger. Emotions feel sharper. Small concerns become dramatic stories. The demon cuts through that distortion. It brings you back to what is actually real, not what is exaggerated by exhaustion. There is also a guiding quality to this inner voice. It helps you understand what deserves your attention and what does not. It shows you which fears are old patterns, not present threats. It reminds you of your values when your emotions try to pull you off course. It brings you back to yourself when you start drifting into overthinking. This is not a mystical conversation. It is a return to the deepest clarity already inside you. You have had moments when you felt it, those times when you suddenly knew what to do without needing reasons. Those moments when something felt true in a calm, grounded way. Those times when your inner world aligned quietly without force. That was your demon speaking. The Stoics believed this inner guidance was the closest thing to wisdom a person could access, and night is the perfect time to strengthen that connection. When you lie in the dark and the world fades from your senses, you are left with yourself. Not the version shaped by the day, but the version underneath, the one that doesn't disappear when roles and expectations fall away. To deepen this connection, you allow yourself to become receptive rather than reactive. You let thoughts move aside. You breathe softly. You sense what remains. Sometimes clarity arrives as a subtle shift in feeling, sometimes as a calm thought, sometimes as relief, sometimes as the gentle recognition of what you already knew. This inner counsel also helps you release unnecessary emotional weight. When you see situations from this deeper perspective, you stop carrying things that do not belong to you. You stop exaggerating what doesn't matter. You stop blaming yourself for things you couldn't control. You begin distinguishing truth from noise. And when this inner guidance becomes familiar, you no longer enter the night feeling lost or overwhelmed. You carry with you a quiet confidence, because you know that no matter what happens outside, you have a place inside that remains steady. The demon is not a protector that shields you from life. It is a compass that helps you navigate it. Over time, this nightly practice affects your days as well. You start trusting yourself more. You make decisions with less fear and more clarity. You speak more truthfully. You recognize when something does not align with your deeper values. You stop rushing because wisdom never rushes. It simply knows. By listening to this inner counselor at night, you create a form of rest that goes far beyond sleep. It is the rest that comes from self-alignment, from living closer to your own truth rather than the noise of the world. In the silence of night, the demon becomes easier to hear. And once you learn to listen, you never lose that voice again. The inner voice grows clearer when the world quiets, but clarity alone is not always enough to soothe the mind. There is a different kind of rest that comes not from comfort, but from choosing small moments of challenge before the night begins. It sounds strange at first. Why invite discomfort when the goal is peace? But the Stoics understood something most people overlook. The mind becomes calmer in the dark when it has practiced strength in the light. Voluntary discomfort is not self-punishment. It is not harshness. It is not deprivation for its own sake. It is choosing small, manageable acts that teach your mind and body that you are stronger than the discomforts that usually disturb your peace. It is the art of meeting mild challenges on purpose so that uninvited discomfort loses its power later. This practice creates a surprising effect. It shrinks your fears. When you prove to yourself that you can withstand small challenges, nighttime worries have less authority. The mind stops telling exaggerated stories about what you can't handle. You learn, deeply, physically, that discomfort is temporary, survivable, and often far less threatening than you expected. The practice begins with simple choices, usually done before the wind down into night. It could be turning off unnecessary noise and sitting with your own thoughts for a few quiet minutes, even if silence feels uncomfortable at first. It could be placing your phone just a little further away so your impulses don't control your attention. It could be ending the day with a few moments of cool air, a slightly dimmer light, or a slower pace than your mind wants. These small choices teach the nervous system that calm does not depend on perfect conditions. You begin to find steadiness even when things aren't entirely comfortable, and that steadiness follows you into the night. Another layer of voluntary discomfort involves mental discipline. Instead of distracting yourself constantly, you choose to pause. You resist the urge to fill every quiet second. You let boredom appear without running from it. These moments train your mind to sit with itself without panic. They also untangle the constant craving for stimulation that keeps many people awake long after their body is ready to rest. The Stoics practiced this kind of discipline to strengthen the mind's endurance. They believed that small, intentional discomfort restored inner freedom. Because if your peace depends entirely on comfort, the world controls you. But if you learn to stay calm through slight challenge, your peace becomes your own creation. There is also a physical element to this practice. When preparing for sleep, you allow yourself to feel the natural heaviness of the body without rushing to escape it. You slow down your movements, even when your mind wants to hurry. You accept the slight stiffness that comes before relaxation. You let your breath settle gradually instead of forcing it. These choices teach your body patience that reduces the restless tossing many people experience at night. Voluntary discomfort also helps dissolve the idea that every unpleasant feeling must be fixed immediately. The world has trained us to avoid anything uncomfortable: silence, stillness, uncertainty, minor inconvenience. But avoiding discomfort makes the mind fragile. When you practice meeting small discomforts calmly, you stop reacting to every sensation with urgency. This is one of the strongest sleep aids you can develop, because many sleep issues are not caused by the body. They're caused by resistance. You feel tension and want it gone instantly. You feel worry and want it solved now. You feel heaviness and want to move. These reactions keep the body alert, not peaceful. Voluntary discomfort makes these sensations less threatening, less dramatic, more tolerable. The body learns that it doesn't need to panic. The mind learns that it doesn't need to run. Another part of this practice is embracing simplicity before bed. You choose tasks that clear the mind instead of entertaining it. A clean space, a slower pace, fewer screens, a quiet setting. Not because these things are grand gestures, but because simplicity itself is a gentle discomfort in a world addicted to stimulation. When you choose it willingly, peace becomes easier. The Stoics used voluntary discomfort to strengthen gratitude as well. When you embrace small challenges, comfort becomes more visible. A warm blanket feels warmer, a soft bed feels softer, calm feels deeper when it is contrasted with what came before. You learn to appreciate rest instead of taking it for granted. With time, this practice becomes part of your identity. You no longer fear discomfort because you've made peace with it. You no longer tense at the first sign of unease. The night becomes less intimidating. The body relaxes more quickly. The mind stops clinging to control. Voluntary discomfort does not make your life harder. It makes your mind steadier, and a steady mind is the kind that drifts into sleep without struggle. This is the quiet power of meeting small discomforts before bed. By choosing what challenges you, you free yourself from what once had the power to disturb you. The mind becomes steadier when you stop running from small discomforts, but there is a deeper peace still waiting, one that doesn't come from resistance or control, but from a kind of acceptance most people never learn. Not passive acceptance, not resignation. A powerful, freeing acceptance that turns the weight of the day into something that no longer presses against your heart. The Stoics called it amor fati, the love of fate, not merely tolerating what happens, but choosing to embrace it, allowing each moment of your life, even the imperfect ones, to belong exactly where it does without being rewritten in your mind. When practiced at night, it becomes one of the most soothing forms of inner release. Because so much of nighttime anxiety comes from wishing the day had been different, wishing you had said something else, acted differently, known more, controlled more, predicted more. Amor fati dissolves that fight. This practice begins with one quiet truth. The day is exactly what it was meant to be. Every conversation, every silence, every mistake, every success, every tension, every relief, none of it unfolded incorrectly. It unfolded according to everything that shaped it: your past, your knowledge, your limits, your strengths, the conditions around you, the choices of others, and the countless variables no one can see. When you stop demanding that the day should have been something else, the mind releases its grip. Amor fati doesn't ask you to pretend painful moments felt good. It simply invites you to stop pushing against what already happened. You let the day be complete without rewriting it. You let people be who they were without reshaping them in memory. You let yourself be human without dragging judgment into the night. And this acceptance softens the inner tension that prevents deep sleep. Many people lie awake arguing with reality, arguing with the past, arguing with circumstances, arguing with what cannot be undone. Their thoughts try to repair events that no longer exist. This creates mental friction, and friction becomes sleeplessness. Amor fati removes the friction. It rests the mind by allowing truth to stand without resistance. The second layer of this practice is gratitude, not for perfect moments, but for meaningful ones. Gratitude not for ease, but for growth. Gratitude not for what went smoothly, but for what shaped you quietly. The Stoics believe that everything that happens contributes to who you become, even the uncomfortable, even the confusing, even the disappointing. When you adopt this perspective, the day feels less like a series of random events and more like a teacher showing you something important. This shift creates a deep emotional ease. You no longer treat your day as something you must defend against. You meet it with openness. You begin to see that each moment, even the ones you wish had gone differently, carries information, insight, or strength building that would not exist otherwise. And this recognition settles the heart in a way that thinking alone cannot. Practicing amor fati at night also helps you put down the idea of perfection. The day didn't need to be flawless. You didn't need to be flawless. You did what you could with the clarity you had at the time. The rest is learning. That humility removes the tightness in the chest that often appears when the mind replays mistakes. When you stop punishing yourself for being human, sleep becomes an act of compassion, rather than escape. Another part of this practice is releasing the desire for control. Nighttime anxiety often comes from imagining all the things that could go wrong tomorrow. But the Stoics knew that fear grows in proportion to the illusion of control. When you accept that you cannot shape everything, only your inner world, you allow the future to soften. Amor Fati teaches you that whatever tomorrow brings, you will meet it with the same resilience that brought you through every day before this one. This trust eases the restless need to predict or prepare endlessly. There is also a quiet empowerment hidden in this mindset. When you embrace what happens instead of resisting it, you stop being carried by life and start walking with it. You become adaptable instead of fearful, flexible instead of rigid, steady instead of reactive. This inner posture follows you into sleep. The mind rests because it no longer feels threatened by the unknown. As you lie in the dark, Amor Fati becomes its own kind of lullaby, a soft reminder that life is not an enemy to be fought, but a companion to move with. You feel less alone when you stop treating life as something that's happening to you and begin seeing it as something happening for you, even when its lessons arrive wrapped in difficulty. Over time, practicing this mindset before bed reshapes your relationship with the night. You enter sleep without dragging unfinished battles into it. You let the day dissolve gently, the way waves wash away footprints, and you wake with less emotional residue, lighter, clearer, more grounded. Amor Fati is not dramatic. It is not loud. It is the quiet unfolding of acceptance that cleans the mind at the end of the day. It turns rest into something deeper than physical recovery. It becomes a surrender not of defeat, but of trust. Trust in yourself, in your strength, in the unfolding of life, and in the wisdom that grows from every experience. As you drift towards sleep with this mindset, peace stops being something you chase. It becomes something that rises within you because nothing inside you is fighting anymore. The mind settles more deeply when you stop resisting the shape of your day, but the night still holds one more quiet doorway into peace, the way you look toward tomorrow. Even when you accept the past and soften into the present, the future can still stir a subtle unease, not loud, not dramatic, just a quiet pressure sitting behind the ribs, the sense that something might go wrong, the feeling that you have to prepare for everything, the tension of expecting the day ahead to demand more than you can give. The Stoics knew this tension well, and they developed a practice to neutralize it before it could disturb the night. Premeditatio malorum, the gentle rehearsal of possible difficulties, not to create fear, not to invite disaster, but to remove the fear of the unknown by meeting it calmly in the mind before it arrives in reality. This practice is often misunderstood. It is not pessimism. It is not expecting the worst. It is preparing the mind so that the worst, if it happens, cannot control you. It begins with a simple shift. Instead of hoping tomorrow will be smooth, you acknowledge that tomorrow will contain life. And life includes delays, misunderstandings, challenges, and unexpected turns. When you quietly accept this, you stop clinging to the idea of a perfect day. The pressure eases. The mind stops demanding that everything go your way. You create emotional room for reality to unfold without shocking you. This creates an immediate sense of peace. Much of nighttime anxiety comes from fearing what you cannot predict. But when you calmly consider the types of difficulties that might appear, tiredness, stress, a difficult conversation, an unexpected task, they lose their edge. They stop feeling like threats and start feeling like possibilities you are capable of handling. The next step is remembering your capacity. You reflect on challenges you have already overcome, big or small. You remind yourself that you survived days far harder than the one coming. The brain often forgets your strength and exaggerates your limits. By recalling your resilience, you balance the mind. You show it that discomfort is not defeat and difficulty is not danger. This becomes a powerful sleep tool because it replaces fear with readiness. When the mind feels prepared, it relaxes. Muscles loosen. Breath deepens. The nervous system no longer scans for threats. You drift into sleep knowing that tomorrow holds no surprises you cannot meet with skill and patience. Another layer of this practice is accepting the unpredictability of other people. You remind yourself that tomorrow someone may be impatient, someone may misunderstand you, someone may act from their own stress, not because they want to hurt you, but because they're human. When you expect this gently, you stop taking things personally when they happen. You walk into tomorrow with fewer emotional hooks, and that alone softens the night. Premeditatio malorum also helps reduce perfectionism. When you picture small challenges ahead, you stop placing impossible expectations on yourself. You accept that you might make small mistakes, forget something, or feel overwhelmed for a moment, and that this is allowed. This acceptance removes a heavy weight from your chest. You go to sleep without the fear of disappointing yourself. This practice also teaches you the difference between preparation and worry. Worry drains you by replaying fears without purpose. Premeditatio malorum strengthens you by giving your mind a sense of readiness. It is thoughtful, not frantic, grounded, not spiraling. It offers the mind a script for how to respond calmly instead of reacting in panic. For example, you might think, if tomorrow feels overwhelming, I will slow down. Or, if someone speaks sharply, I will not let their mood enter me. Or, if a task becomes harder than expected, I will take it step by step. Or even, if something unexpected happens, I will breathe, pause, and respond with patience. These quiet commitments reshape the nervous system. You create a path for your mind to follow instead of letting fear create one for you. Another part of this practice is recognizing the limits of your control. You prepare for what you can respond to, your attitude, your pace, your choices. But you release what is beyond your reach. The weather, the moods of others, the timing of events, the opinions of strangers. None of these belong to you. Letting them go before sleep frees the mind from unnecessary burdens. And finally, this practice ends with a simple reminder. Tomorrow is not here yet. You prepare gently, and then you release the day ahead. You remind yourself that worrying about tomorrow does not make tomorrow easier. Rest makes tomorrow easier. A calm mind makes tomorrow easier. A peaceful night makes tomorrow easier. When you practice premeditatio malorum before bed, you don't enter the night with fear. You enter it with confidence. You enter it with a sense of inner readiness. You walk towards sleep knowing that life may bring challenges, but none of them are bigger than your ability to meet them. And in that understanding, the night becomes softer, the future becomes less threatening, and tomorrow stops feeling like something to brace for and starts feeling like something you can handle, steadily, calmly, one step at a time. The mind becomes calmer when you stop fearing tomorrow's twists. But there is an even wider peace available, one that lifts you out of the tight frame of your personal worries and places your life back into its true scale. A peace that comes not from solving problems, but from seeing them in a broader, quieter context. The Stoics called this the cosmic perspective, a widening of awareness that relieves the pressure you place on yourself simply by remembering how vast existence truly is. This practice is not about feeling small in a painful way. It is about realizing that you do not need to grip everything with such intensity. It is about loosening the tight knot inside your chest by stepping outside the narrow bubble of your day. When the Stoics spoke of looking at life from above, they weren't asking you to escape reality. They were teaching you how to soften its weight. The ritual begins with a simple shift in awareness. Instead of staring at your problems up close, you mentally step back. You look at the day as if it were a small scene in a much larger story, not as a dismissal of your experiences, but as a release from the illusion that every moment is a catastrophe. When you widen the frame, you give your mind permission to breathe. This widening brings a strange kind of comfort. The tension of the day loses its sharpness. The words that stung begin to feel like passing weather. The stress that felt impossible just hours before becomes one moment among thousands you've lived. Even the heaviest emotions begin to feel less permanent when placed inside a larger container. Cosmic perspective reminds you that countless people across the world are also preparing for sleep, each carrying their own worries, fears, regrets, hopes. You are not isolated in your experience. You are part of a shared human condition. And knowing that your pain is not unique doesn't diminish it. It softens it. Because the moment you stop carrying your experience like a private burden, the weight naturally becomes lighter. Another layer of this practice is recognizing how short each moment really is. The frustrations of today will not follow you forever. The mistake you made this afternoon will fade into memory. The tension you felt earlier will dissolve into something you can barely recall. Time carries everything forward, whether you release it willingly or not. But when you release it willingly, sleep becomes easier. Cosmic perspective also helps dissolve self-importance, not the healthy kind of self-worth, but the kind that makes you feel responsible for everything going perfectly. When you view your life against the backdrop of the entire universe, the stars, the planets, the billions of lives unfolding right now, something shifts. You see that perfection was never required, that the world does not crumble when you make one mistake, that you don't have to hold everything together. You can rest because the universe has been spinning long before you, and it will continue long after. This perspective softens fear as well. When you see how vast existence is, your worries stop feeling like unstoppable forces. They become weather passing across the landscape of your mind. You realize that not every storm deserves your full attention. Some can be allowed to pass without interrogation. The Stoics practice this ritual because it brings emotional balance. When you step back far enough, the highs and lows of your day become less extreme. The intensity fades. You stop exaggerating events simply because they happened close to you. This balance prepares the mind for sleep in a natural, effortless way. Cosmic perspective is also a form of humility. Not the kind that makes you feel weak, but the kind that frees you from the illusion that everything is personal. When someone speaks sharply, it may have nothing to do with you. When plans fall apart, it's rarely a judgment of your worth. Life moves in patterns much larger than your individual experience. This awareness reduces emotional reactivity and allows the mind to relax rather than defend itself. Another part of this practice is recognizing beauty. Not the obvious kind, but the subtle kind that appears when you step outside your own concerns. The way the sky changes color, the quiet shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. the softness in your chest when you finally stop trying to control everything. Cosmic perspective helps you see that life contains simple wonders even on the heaviest days. As you settle into this awareness, something gentle happens. You forgive the day. Not because it was perfect, but because it was a small, imperfect piece of something far larger. You stop treating every challenge like a personal attack. You stop viewing every misstep as a tragedy. You begin to see life as a series of shifting experiences, none of which define you completely. This perspective follows you into sleep. The night feels less like a place to hide from your problems and more like a natural part of the rhythm of existence. You are part of a world that breathes, expands, contracts, and renews itself constantly, and you are allowed to rhythm with it, to let the day go, to rest, to reset. With cosmic perspective, you fall asleep not as someone overwhelmed by life, but as someone gently carried within it. You rest with the understanding that your place in the universe is small enough to not be crushed and meaningful enough to matter. This balance brings a kind of peace the mind rarely finds on its own. It is the peace of being part of something greater than your worries, and that peace is more than enough to guide you into deep sleep. The mind widens when you see your life from a broader frame, but peace deepens only when you remember what truly belongs to you, and what never did. Even when your worries shrink under cosmic perspective, there is still a subtle habit the mind clings to, the instinct to control what cannot be controlled. This habit follows many people into the night like an invisible weight, tightening the chest and stirring restless thoughts. The Stoics understood this better than anyone, and they created a simple yet powerful nightly ritual to free the mind, the dichotomy of control reset. This practice is not a philosophical exercise, it is a release, a quiet sorting of your inner world, a moment where the mind learns to stop carrying what was never its responsibility. When done before sleep, it becomes one of the most calming acts a person can perform. The reset begins with an honest look at the day, not to judge it, not to analyze it, but to place each part of it in its proper category. There are things you influenced today, your choices, your reactions, your effort, your intentions. And there are things that moved with their own force, people's moods, outcomes you hoped for, events you didn't expect, circumstances that unfolded independent of your will. Most nighttime anxiety comes from mixing these two groups. You lie awake thinking about someone's opinion, even though you cannot control how they see you. You replay a conversation, even though the moment is gone. You fear the outcome of tomorrow's decisions, even though outcomes belong to uncertainty, not to you. The dichotomy of control resets this confusion. You separate what is yours from what is not. You mentally place each worry into its true home. Your choices? Yours. Your values? Yours. Your actions? Yours. Your effort? Yours. Everything else, truly everything, is outside your control. This clarity is not meant to make you passive. It is meant to free you from the impossible job of managing the universe. When the mind stops trying to grip what it cannot hold, it relaxes automatically. Muscles loosen. Breath deepens. The nervous system shifts back into safety. The second part of this reset involves releasing responsibility for other people's inner worlds. Many people carry the emotional weather of others into their night. Someone was cold, someone was stressed, someone didn't respond, someone misunderstood you. Without realizing it, you adopt their emotions as if they were tasks you must solve. But other people's feelings belong to them, not to you. Their lives, their choices, their reactions, these exist outside the perimeter of your control. This is not indifference, it is emotional clarity. When you stop taking ownership of what others carry, the weight on your chest becomes lighter. The night becomes gentler. Another layer of this practice involves the future. The mind often races ahead, trying to predict and manage tomorrow. The Stoics taught that outcomes are not yours. Only preparation is. Only attitude is. Only effort is. When you remind yourself of this before bed, fear fades, because fear thrives on the illusion of control. When the illusion dissolves, fear cannot hold its shape. This reset also softens guilt. Much of nightly self-criticism comes from blaming yourself for things that were never truly under your control. The behavior of others, the speed of progress, the decisions made by those around you, the circumstances you walked into. When you recognize what never belonged to you, the mind stops punishing itself unfairly. There is a quiet freedom hidden here. When you accept your true sphere of influence, every part of your life becomes simpler. You stop fighting battles that aren't yours. You stop chasing outcomes you cannot engineer. You stop exhausting your mind with impossible expectations. This clarity prepares the mind for rest because it removes the friction that comes from resisting reality. You stop trying to control time. You stop trying to control fate. You stop trying to control people. And in that surrender, sleep arrives more naturally. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning yourself with the structure of the world. The dichotomy of control is that structure. Some things belong to you. Most things do not. When you honor this truth, even silently, the night becomes a sanctuary rather than a place of mental negotiation. The final part of this nightly reset is brief but powerful. After sorting your thoughts, after releasing what is not yours, you gather what remains: your intentions, your character, your patience, your choices. This is your inner territory. These are the things that shape your life from the inside out. You hold them gently for a moment, not as burdens, but as strengths. And then you place even these down for the night. Because even what belongs to you does not need to be carried into sleep. You do your part. You release the rest. You let the world be the world. You let yourself be a human being, not a controller of everything. And with that, the mind rests. The night opens. The heart softens. Sleep becomes less of a struggle and more of a return to clarity, to truth, to the quiet understanding that you only ever needed to carry what was truly yours. Everything else was always outside your hands. The mind becomes lighter when you stop carrying what was never yours to hold. But even after sorting responsibilities from illusions, one thing remains: the breath. The doorway between the mind and the body, the messenger between the conscious and the unconscious. It is the one rhythm you carry from the moment you enter this world until the moment you leave it. And yet, most people go their whole lives without realizing how deeply the breath shapes their thoughts, their emotions, and their sleep. The Stoics understood this connection long before modern science confirmed it. They taught that breath is not just a physical function, it is a direct expression of your inner state. When the mind is chaotic, the breath becomes shallow, quick, tense. When the mind is clear, the breath widens and slows. But here is the part most people never learn. The relationship works both ways. You can use the breath to shape the mind, just as the mind shapes the breath. This is where the Stoic breath of rationality comes in. Not breath work for performance, not dramatic techniques. A simple, steady rhythm that brings the mind back into truth when emotions pull it toward distortion. It begins with awareness. Before you change your breath, you notice it. You feel how it moves without forcing anything. Is it tight, rushed, held, uneven? This awareness alone begins to calm the nervous system because attention is a form of care. When you pay gentle attention to the breath, the body interprets it as safety, and safety is the foundation of sleep. The next layer of this practice is softening the exhale. The Stoics believed the exhale carries reason, not because of magic, but because the exhale signals to the body that it is safe to let go. Danger creates a quick inhale and a tight chest. Peace creates a long, easy release. By lengthening the exhale slightly, not forcefully, just allowing more space, you guide the nervous system into calm. And when the nervous system calms, the mind follows. This breath also teaches you how to step back from emotion without denying it. A strong feeling rises, fear, anger, regret, and instead of reacting, you breathe. You do not suppress the emotion. You do not analyze it. You give it space, letting the breath soften the edges of the feeling. This creates a gentle separation between you and the emotion, allowing you to see the truth beneath the intensity. The Stoics believed that reason is not coldness, it is clarity, and clarity requires space. Breathing this way before sleep removes the emotional residue left from the day. The disappointments, the small conflicts, the unmet expectations, they linger in the body as tension, as tightness in the chest, as the feeling of not being able to fully sink into rest. The Stoic breath unravels this tension slowly, naturally, without needing words or explanations. Each exhale becomes a release of what is no longer needed. Another part of this practice is slowing the pace of the breath to match the quiet of the night. Not artificially slow, simply slower than the speed of your thoughts. When the breath slows, the mind tries to match it. Thoughts stop sprinting. They begin to align with the slow rhythm of the breath. The mind shifts from problem-solving mode into restoration mode. The boundary between wakefulness and sleep becomes softer. The Stoic breath also builds discipline. When a difficult thought appears, you return to the breath. When a worry tries to grow, you return to the breath. When a memory wants attention, you return to the breath, not to escape. This is not avoidance. This is training the mind to follow your lead. This is showing yourself that you have a stable place inside, one that is always available, always present, always steady. And something subtle happens with practice. The breath starts to intervene on its own. When stress rises during the day, your breath softens without needing instruction. When emotions build, the breath expands instead of tightening. When uncertainty appears, the breath grounds you before fear takes shape. This is the transformation the Stoics sought, turning wisdom into instinct, reason into reflex. Before sleep, the Stoic breath of rationality becomes a bridge between your active day and your restful night. You breathe in gently, letting the chest rise with ease. You breathe out slowly, allowing tension to fall away. With each cycle, the mind becomes less tangled and the body becomes more trusting. This practice also reinforces humility. You realize that peace is not something you create through force or intellect. It is something you allow when the body feels safe enough to release its grip. Breath is the language of that safety. Breath is the signal that tells every system inside you, you can rest now. And as your breath settles into a calm rhythm, Thoughts lose their urgency. Emotions lose their sharpness. The inner world quiets without effort. The breath becomes a soft guide, leading you into a state where sleep can naturally take over. In this way, the Stoic breath of rationality is not just a technique, it is a return to the simplest, oldest truth, that peace begins with the breath. That clarity grows when the breath slows, that wisdom enters when the body relaxes, and that sleep comes most easily when mind and breath move together, gently, steadily, without resistance. With every exhale, you let a little more of the day go. With every inhale, you make room for the stillness that follows. And in that rhythm, the night becomes a place where the mind can finally rest. The breath becomes a quiet guide when you allow it to steady you. But there is another Stoic practice that takes that calm and expands it into something even deeper. Something that dissolves anxiety not by shrinking it, but by placing it inside a much larger frame. A gentle shift in perspective that turns restlessness into softness and small worries into passing details. The Stoics called it the view from above, a way of seeing your life from a higher vantage point, so the mind no longer feels trapped inside the tight space of your thoughts. This practice is not about fantasy, nor is it about escaping your problems. It is about stepping outside the narrow tunnel of stress, seeing the bigger landscape, and realizing that what feels overwhelming up close looks different from a wider view. At night, when the mind tends to magnify everything, this shift in scale becomes one of the most powerful tools for inducing sleep. The view from above begins with a simple, internal widening. You let your awareness pull back from the tiny details of your day, the conversations, the tasks, the emotions, and you look at your life as if from a higher level. You stop staring at each moment as if it defines you. Instead, you allow yourself to see the whole arc of who you are. This softens intensity without dismissing your experience. It helps you understand that the stress of today is just one thread in a much larger tapestry. This widening creates immediate relief. Many worries grow heavy because you are standing too close to them. Just like words pressed against your eyes become unreadable, problems pressed too close to your mind become distorted. The Stoic perspective creates distance, not emotional distance, but clarity of scale. You see that a mistake today will not ruin your life. An uncomfortable moment will fade. A difficult interaction is only a brief exchange in the long story of your relationships. By zooming out, the mind stops exaggerating the importance of each moment. The next layer of the practice involves expanding beyond yourself. You picture the countless people all over the world ending their day at this very moment, each carrying their own stress, their own hopes, their own regrets. You are one human among billions. This is not meant to diminish your life. It is meant to free you from the illusion that you must carry everything alone. You belong to a shared experience of imperfections and challenges. This recognition softens loneliness. It dissolves the sense that your struggles isolate you. You see that life is an unfolding process happening everywhere, not just in your mind. And that makes your difficulties feel less personal, less sharp, less dominating. The view from above can widen even more. You can extend your awareness to the level of your city, your region, your country. You start to feel how your life fits inside something larger than the thoughts that keep you awake. Not in a way that erases your importance, but in a way that shows you that life has space for mistakes, for growth, for uncertainty. You are not failing by being human. You are participating in something vast and continuous. This wider awareness has a calming effect on the nervous system. The body relaxes when the mind stops feeling boxed in. Tightness dissolves. Breath deepens. Thoughts begin to slow down because they no longer feel urgent. You are no longer trapped inside the echo chamber of your own concerns. You have space. You have air. You have perspective. Another powerful part of this practice is observing the movement of life from the higher view. Cities with their lights, oceans with their tides, wind passing through forests, people in quiet rooms ending their day, cars, trains, voices, distant music, life unfolding everywhere with its own rhythm. You see that your life, too, is part of this movement. Not separate, not trapped, just one expression of the world's ongoing motion. When you see yourself inside this flow, your grip on the day's troubles releases naturally. You no longer carry the day as something heavy. You see it as one brief chapter in a story that stretches far beyond a single moment. This perspective also brings humility, not the kind that makes you feel small, but the kind that gives you peace. It reminds you that you do not need to control everything. You do not need to know everything. You do not need to achieve perfection tonight. The universe has its own structure, its own timing, its own wisdom. Your role is to move through it with steadiness, not to manage it.
And in that humility, rest becomes easier.
The view from above also reveals beauty, the beauty of impermanence, the beauty of your smallness inside a vast universe, the beauty of being alive at all, the beauty of knowing that even though your worries feel heavy, they are part of a life with meaning, texture, and depth. Instead of drowning in the details of your day, you rise above them and see the subtle magic of existence itself. As the mind expands, the emotions soften. A tight chest loosens. A racing mind slows. Thoughts lose their sharp edges. The night becomes less threatening because you no longer feel confined inside the small cage of your immediate concerns. Eventually, the perspective widens to the point where your day seems small enough to release. You see it in its full context. You see that it doesn't need to be held anymore. You see that it will fold into memory like all other days before it. And with that recognition, you allow yourself to drift downward from this higher view, back into the warmth of your body, back into the softness of your breath, back into the quiet comfort of your bed. What once felt overwhelming now feels manageable. What once felt urgent now feels distant. What once felt heavy now feels like something you can gently set aside. The view from above doesn't make your problems disappear. It simply frees you from the illusion that you are trapped inside them. And with that freedom, sleep becomes not just possible, but natural, peaceful, and deeply restorative. The world grows softer when you lift yourself above the tight borders of your worries. But there is another shift the Stoics used at night, one that changes the way your mind measures its own worth. Because even after gaining perspective, many people still fall asleep with a lingering sense of failure. Not because they did anything terrible, but because they judge their day by the wrong standards. Achievement, productivity, perfection, approval. These are heavy measures. They create pressure that follows you into the night. The Stoics chose something gentler, something wiser. They rehearsed virtue, not success. They ended their day by asking who they were, not what they accomplished. And this shift changes the emotional weight of the night in a profound way. Rehearsing virtue means reviewing your day through the lens of your character, not your performance. Not your results, your character. The parts of you that are truly yours, your patience, your honesty, your courage, your restraint, your kindness, your effort. These are the things the Stoics believed formed the real core of a person. These are the things you carry independently of external circumstances. When you review your day this way, the mind begins to soften. The pressure to be perfect dissolves. The disappointment in unfinished tasks loses its sting. You stop defining yourself by outcomes you could not fully control. Instead, you recognize the steadiness you brought to the day, even in small ways. This practice begins with noticing where you acted in alignment with the kind of person you want to be. Maybe you stayed calm in a moment that used to provoke you. Maybe you were honest when it was easier not to be. Maybe you showed restraint when anger tempted you. Maybe you tried, even when you were tired. These moments matter. They shape your character with far more depth than a completed to-do list ever could. The Stoics believed that one act of virtue outweighs 100 external successes, not because success is unimportant, but because character is what remains when circumstances shift. When you acknowledge your small acts of virtue at night, you build inner confidence that no setback can take away. There is another layer to this practice, identifying where you drifted from your values without judgment. This is not punishment, it is clarity. You simply notice the moments where you were reactive, impatient, distracted, or unkind. You acknowledge them gently, with the understanding that being human means you will fall short sometimes. The key is not to attack yourself. The key is to see clearly so you can adjust tomorrow. This soft, honest review prevents the spiral of self-criticism that often keeps people awake. Instead of telling yourself that you failed, you tell yourself, "This is where I went off track. This is how I can do better, and this is how I stayed true." This mindset strengthens you rather than shames you. Rehearsing virtue also dissolves comparison. When you measure yourself by character, you stop thinking about how you performed relative to others. The mind no longer wastes energy comparing your achievements to someone else's timeline. You recognize that success is circumstantial, but virtue is within your control. This removes a layer of anxiety that often clings to the mind at night. Another powerful effect of this practice is the way it reorients your emotional compass. When you focus on virtue, you stop seeking validation from the outside world. You stop replaying conversations trying to determine whether others approved of you. You stop tying your sense of worth to external outcomes. Your sense of self becomes internal, stable, rooted, and a rooted mind rests more easily. This nightly rehearsal also teaches you humility in the truest sense. Not humiliation, but groundedness. You see that you are a work in progress. You see that growth is gradual. You see that your worth does not rise and fall with each daily success or failure. You see that your life is shaped not by perfect days, but by consistent alignment with your deeper values. As you continue this practice, something subtle begins to change. You stop ending your day with pressure. You stop falling asleep feeling like you are behind. Instead, you end your day with a sense of integrity, not perfection, a sense of intention, not performance, a sense of becoming, not proving. This shift also prepares you better for tomorrow. When you fall asleep with virtue as your guide, you wake with clarity about the kind of person you want to be. You begin the day not by chasing outcomes, but by shaping your character through small actions. This gives your life a quiet direction that makes anxiety less dominant. Rehearsing virtue at night also reduces regret. When you view mistakes through the lens of growth, not self-blame, the emotional sting fades. You learn from them without carrying them into sleep. This transforms the night from a space of rumination to a space of renewal. As you settle into bed, this practice becomes a gentle ritual. You look back at your day through kind eyes. You hold your strengths with gratitude. You acknowledge your shortcomings with honesty, and you let both soften into the darkness. Your worth does not depend on success. Your identity does not depend on achievement. Your peace does not depend on perfection. It depends on the quiet, steady choice to live each day with intention, and the willingness to rest at night, knowing that growth is a lifelong path. With virtue as your compass, the mind releases its grip on results, the heart relaxes, and sleep becomes a return to the person you are becoming, not the person you fear you're not. The mind settles differently when you end the day measured by your character rather than your achievements. There is a softness that rises when you no longer judge yourself so harshly, a sense of inner safety that makes the night feel less demanding. And in that softened space, the Stoics often introduced something gentle yet powerful, a simple image that calms the mind and centers attention without force. They called it the lamp of mindfulness, not because they used physical lanterns to meditate, but because they understood the mind needs a single point of quiet focus at night, not to distract you from your thoughts, but to help you see them more clearly. The lamp is a symbol, a guide, a small, steady light inside your awareness. It is the opposite of the chaotic swirl that keeps many people awake. The visualization begins with recognizing how scattered your attention becomes throughout the day. You react to conversations, notifications, tasks, noises, expectations. Your mind jumps from moment to moment, rarely settling. Even when your body is tired, your attention continues wandering, looking for something to solve or absorb. This constant movement makes it difficult for the mind to transition into rest. The lamp offers a different path. It gives your awareness a place to return to, something simple, warm, steady, not overwhelming, not demanding, just a gentle focal point inside you. You begin by sensing a small light within your mind. You don't force an image. You simply feel the presence of something warm and stable in the center of your awareness. It's not a flame that flickers wildly. It's not bright or intense. It is a soft glow, like the quiet light of a candle in a room where everything else has already gone still. This lamp represents your clarity, your presence, your ability to stay steady even when thoughts move around you. It represents the part of you that sees without panic, without judgment, without being swept away. As you settle into this image, something interesting begins to happen. Your scattered thoughts start to drift toward the background, not because you push them away, but because your mind naturally moves toward whatever feels most stable. The lamp becomes that anchor. Thoughts float in, float out, but they no longer control the center of your attention. This shift is gentle and effortless. When the mind has somewhere peaceful to rest, it stops chasing stimulation. It stops replaying the day. It stops clinging to what went wrong. The lamp becomes a safe place where your awareness can settle without force. The Stoics valued this kind of inner anchoring because it trains the mind to observe thoughts rather than obey them. When you return your attention to the quiet inner light, you are practicing presence, the same presence that reduces anxiety, lowers stress, and prepares the body for sleep. The lamp of mindfulness also teaches emotional balance. The light doesn't react when a difficult thought passes by. It doesn't judge it. It doesn't try to extinguish it. The light simply continues to shine, unchanged. This reminds you that you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness behind them. You are the quiet, steady space where thoughts appear and disappear. This perspective creates incredible peace at night. Instead of feeling pulled by every memory or worry, you begin to feel centered. You feel the difference between your core and your mental noise. You stop confusing temporary thoughts with permanent truths. Another layer of this visualization is learning to soften the light when your mind feels tense. If your thoughts become loud, instead of tightening your focus, you allow the lamp to glow more gently. The softer the light feels, the more your body relaxes. You create an inner atmosphere of safety, and safety is what allows the nervous system to shift out of vigilance and into rest. The lamp also represents insight, not intellectual insight, but the kind that comes from stillness. When the mind is calm and centered, clarity rises naturally. Situations that felt tangled suddenly reveal their simplicity. Worries that seemed overwhelming shrink into their true size. Confusion settles into understanding. The light doesn't force answers. It creates the space where answers can naturally appear. This visualization becomes even more powerful when you connect it with your breath. With each inhale, you sense the light becoming steadier. With each exhale, you feel the space around it soften. The breath and the lamp work together, grounding you into the present moment without effort. Sometimes, during the visualization, old thoughts or emotions might rise. This is normal. The lamp is not meant to block them. It's meant to help you observe them without tension. When something rises, you see it illuminated gently by the inner light. You don't chase it. You don't push it away. You let it pass through the glow and fade on its own. This is how the mind untangles itself without agitation. Over time, the lamp becomes a symbol your mind recognizes. Whenever you turn to it, whether at night or during a stressful moment, the body begins relaxing more quickly. The nervous system remembers, the breath slows, the mind returns to center. What was once a visualization becomes a natural reflex. The beauty of this practice lies in its simplicity. A small, steady light inside your awareness. That's all. No force, no pressure, no mental strain. Just a quiet glow that holds your attention gently until the rest of you begins to slow down. As sleep approaches, the lamp doesn't need to remain sharp. It can soften into a dim warmth. You let its glow fade naturally, allowing your awareness to drift. The light becomes a bridge between wakefulness and sleep, a symbol of the clarity you carry even into the darkness. Because the truth is this: peace is not the absence of thought. It is the ability to sit within your own mind without being overwhelmed. The Stoic lamp of mindfulness gives you that ability. It gives you a center. It gives you stillness. It gives you a way back to yourself when the mind wanders. And as the soft glow dissolves into the quiet of night, your mind follows it into a deeper, calmer, more grounded sleep. The mind grows steadier when it has a gentle point of focus, but even with a calm anchor, there is one more layer that often keeps people awake: the emotional judgments stitched into the thoughts you carry. Not the events themselves, but the meanings you attach to them, the interpretations, the stories, the quick conclusions your mind makes without your permission. These judgments follow you into the night, shaping how you feel long after the moment itself has ended. The Stoics understood that most suffering doesn't come from what happens, but from the judgments placed on what happens. A comment becomes an attack. A silence becomes rejection. A mistake becomes failure. A challenge becomes threat. The event is small, but the story becomes enormous. And these stories are what echo in the dark, tightening the chest and keeping the mind alert. Unmasking emotional judgments before sleep is the art of separating what happened from what you decided it meant. This practice begins with noticing the emotional residue you're carrying. Not the thoughts. You've already seen how to work with those. This is about the emotional tones underneath them. The heaviness in your stomach, the tension behind your ribs, the pressure in your throat. These sensations often appear before you even find the story attached to them. You don't try to change the emotion. You simply listen to what it is linked to. Maybe you recall something someone said. Maybe you think of a task undone. Maybe you feel the sting of embarrassment. The key is to soften the automatic judgment that transforms these moments into something larger than they are. You ask yourself quietly, what actually happened, and what am I adding on top? This question creates a small gap in the mind, just enough space for clarity to enter. The event becomes separate from the interpretation. You see that someone's tone felt sharp, but you assigned meaning to it that may not be true. You see that you made a mistake, but you added a layer of judgment saying it defines you. You see that a situation was difficult, but you added the belief that it shouldn't have been. That added layer is what hurts, not the moment itself. When you unmask this judgment, the emotion loses its intensity, not because you forced it away, but because the story fueling it becomes thinner. The Stoics taught that emotions become manageable when you stop feeding them exaggerated meaning. This does not suppress feeling, it frees it. The next part of this practice involves gently questioning the truth of your judgments. Not aggressively, not critically, just lightly, the way you might check whether a closed door is locked. Did this person truly intend harm, or is this my assumption? Is this problem truly catastrophic, or does it just feel urgent right now? Is this emotion telling me the truth, or is it reacting to exhaustion? Is the meaning I assigned the only possible explanation? Is this judgment helpful, or is it just familiar? These questions soften emotional rigidity. The mind becomes flexible instead of defensive. Flexibility is one of the strongest tools for sleep because the nervous system relaxes when it no longer feels trapped inside a single interpretation. Another important aspect of unmasking emotional judgments is recognizing how often fatigue distorts your evaluation of the day. At night, minor issues feel massive because your mind is tired. An overlooked task becomes failure. A small conflict becomes relationship collapse. A moment of awkwardness becomes evidence of inadequacy. Exhaustion makes your inner critic louder and your perspective narrower. When you remind yourself that nighttime is not a reliable judge, the pressure drops. You recognize that your emotional reactions at night are not accurate reflections of your worth or your life. They're simply signals that your mind is tired. There's also a compassionate layer to this practice. Understanding that emotional judgments often come from old patterns. You may assume someone is disappointed because you were judged harshly in the past. You may assume conflict means danger because you learned that criticism leads to pain. You may assume mistakes define you because you were taught to fear failure. These patterns color your perception long after the original cause has passed. Unmasking them reduces their power. You see that the emotion is real, but the reason behind it may not be. This recognition alone brings a sense of release. The Stoics believed that once you see emotional judgments clearly, you regain inner freedom. You are no longer ruled by interpretations you did not consciously choose. You see your emotions as visitors, not dictators. You see your thoughts as possibilities, not facts. You reclaim your ability to respond instead of react. As you continue this practice, something shifts in your body. The tightness begins to soften. The breath becomes deeper. The nervous system transitions from threat mode to rest mode. The mind stops fighting itself. This makes space for sleep to rise naturally. The final part of this practice is simply letting go of the unnecessary weight. You acknowledge what happened. You acknowledge what you felt. You acknowledge the story you added. And then you gently remove the added meaning, like taking off a heavy coat you didn't realize you were wearing. You let the moment be just a moment. You let the emotion be just a feeling. You let the night be a place of rest, not judgment. When emotional judgments are unmasked, the mind no longer feels the need to stay awake to defend itself. It no longer replays scenes to prove a point. It no longer creates stories to protect you from imaginary dangers. It relaxes, it loosens, it trusts. And in that trust, sleep comes. A sleep not clouded by distorted meaning, but filled with clarity, softness, and the quiet dignity of a mind finally at ease. The mind becomes lighter when you unmask the judgments you've layered onto the day. But there is another subtle shift that brings even deeper peace. A shift that most people resist without realizing they are resisting it. It is the willingness to sit with uncertainty, the courage to not know, the openness to let questions remain questions without forcing answers in the dark. The Stoics had a term for this: aporia, a state of questioning, of deliberate unknowing, of resting inside doubt without fear. Most people think doubt is a weakness, something to fix quickly, something that must be resolved before they can sleep. But the Stoics saw it differently. They believed that doubt, when met with steadiness, becomes one of the most powerful tools for clarity. Not tonight, perhaps, but in time. Nightly aporia is not confusion. It is productive doubt. A gentle acceptance that you don't need every answer right now, that you don't need to figure out every problem before you rest. That truth arises more easily from a quiet mind than a frantic one. This practice begins with acknowledging the questions that tug at you as the night settles in. They might be small, like whether you handled something well. They might be large, like the direction of your life. But instead of scrambling for certainty, you allow yourself to pause. You let the question exist without rushing to solve it. This alone reduces anxiety, because much of nighttime stress comes from the mind trying to force clarity while it is exhausted. When you allow doubt without resistance, the nervous system relaxes. The pressure drops. The mind no longer feels cornered by its own need for answers. You shift from "I must know" to "I can wait." And in that waiting, the mind finally feels safe enough to rest. Aporia also helps you see the difference between a real problem and a nighttime illusion. Fatigue makes questions feel more threatening. Your mind becomes dramatic, impatient, fearful. It tries to demand solutions for situations that don't need solutions tonight. By accepting uncertainty, you skip the emotional spiral entirely. Instead of "I need to figure this out right now," you shift into "This doesn't need to be solved while I'm tired." This simple recognition softens the urgency. The next part of this practice involves humility, the kind that eases the heart rather than diminishes it. You admit that you are human, that you do not see everything clearly in the moment, that some answers require time, distance, growth, or rest before they reveal themselves. The Stoics believed humility was the gateway to wisdom because it prevents the mind from forcing conclusions it is not ready for. This humility creates space inside you, a space where questions can breathe instead of suffocate you. a space where uncertainty does not feel like danger, a space where not knowing is simply part of being alive. Nightly aporia also dissolves the fear of making mistakes. You recognize that uncertainty does not mean failure. It means you are in the middle of learning. It means you are in transition. It means you are becoming someone wiser, someone deeper, someone more grounded. When you embrace this truth, the mind becomes less rigid. Rigidity is what keeps people awake. Openness is what lets them rest. Another layer of this practice is refusing to create imaginary answers in the absence of real ones. Many people fill uncertainty with fear. If they don't know what someone meant, they assume the worst. If they don't know what tomorrow holds, they imagine disaster. If they don't know the outcome of a situation, they predict failure. This habit tightens the chest and keeps the mind alert. Aporia breaks this pattern by reminding you, what I don't know does not need to be filled with fear. You let the unknown remain unknown. You let silence remain silence. You let tomorrow remain tomorrow. This creates a peaceful emptiness rather than a frightening one. The Stoics practiced aporia as a form of mental training. They believed that a person who can sit calmly with doubt becomes unshakable. This kind of calm does not come from having all the answers. It comes from no longer being afraid of the questions. This practice also teaches emotional honesty. You stop pretending to know things you don't. You stop pretending to feel certain when you're not. You stop pretending to control outcomes that are still unfolding. This honesty is not weakness, it is maturity. It allows the mind to stop performing and start resting. When you embrace aporia before bed, you also soften your relationship with time. You accept that clarity often arrives slowly. That insight ripens like fruit, not instantly, not on command, but naturally. You give tomorrow's challenges the respect of waiting until tomorrow. You give your mind permission to pause. The final part of this practice is releasing yourself from the pressure to resolve everything alone. You acknowledge that life often reveals answers in unexpected ways, through conversations, through rest, through reflection, through simply living another day. Aporia invites you to trust that clarity will come, not because you force it, but because you allow room for it. As you lie in the dark, this acceptance becomes peaceful. You feel the mind loosening its grip on the need to know. Your breath deepens, your body unwinds. The night shifts from a place of mental pressure to a place of surrender. Surrender not of defeat, but of wisdom. Not every knot must be untied before sleep. Not every question must be answered tonight. Not every path must be visible in the dark. When you allow uncertainty to be part of the night, you transform doubt into calm. You transform confusion into openness. You transform the unknown into a place where sleep can rise naturally. Aporia is the gentle reminder that peace does not come from having every answer. It comes from trusting yourself enough to rest without one. The mind grows quieter when you stop forcing answers. But there is another layer of peace waiting, one that comes from putting the self down for the night. Not the true self, but the constructed one. The version of you that spent the day performing, defending, proving, managing impressions, chasing worth, avoiding judgment. The ego is loud during the day because the world demands so much of it. But at night, when everything external fades, that same ego becomes a weight you no longer need to carry. The Stoics understood this deeply, and they crafted a nightly practice to dissolve the ego gently, journaling not to record your life, but to release the self you carried through it. This is not diary writing. This is not storytelling. This is ego dissolution, letting the false layers soften so the mind can rest without armoring itself. This practice begins with seeing how much of your tension comes from ego-driven thoughts. The need to be right, the fear of being misunderstood, the pressure to appear competent, the sadness of not being seen, the resentment that comes from feeling unappreciated. These are not flaws, they are human impulses, but they tighten the mind. They keep you awake. They bind you to narratives that exhaust you. Stoic night journaling opens a door out of these stories. You begin by placing your thoughts on paper, not to justify them, not to embellish them, not to turn them into dramatic scenes, but to expose them to light. The ego thrives in secrecy. It becomes large when it is unspoken. When you write your thoughts honestly, without performance, they lose their intensity. Their edges soften. Their authority weakens. You write about the moments that triggered you, not to blame others, but to see the ego's fingerprints. Maybe someone ignored you and it bothered you more than you admitted. Maybe you were irritated because you felt disrespected. Maybe you were sensitive because you feared looking incompetent. When these thoughts remain inside, they twist into knots. When they leave through the pen, the knots loosen. The Stoics practiced this nightly to uncover where their reactions came from. Was it virtue or ego? Was it principle or pride? Was it wisdom or insecurity? You don't judge what you write, you simply see it. And seeing is enough to dissolve the ego's tight grip. Another powerful aspect of this practice is humility, not forced humility, not self-criticism, but clear-eyed honesty. You acknowledge where you overreacted. You acknowledge where you took things personally. You acknowledge where you chased validation instead of truth. This is not self-blame. It is the liberation that comes from honesty. The ego cannot survive in a mind that sees itself clearly. When you write down your reactions, you begin to notice patterns. You see which situations trigger defensiveness, which people awaken your pride, which doubts make you retreat, which insecurities make you cling to image. Each pattern you uncover becomes a place where tension previously lived. The act of seeing these patterns lifts a weight from your mind. This kind of journaling also helps you release unnecessary identities. Identities are roles you play during the day: worker, parent, partner, friend, achiever, problem solver. They are useful, but they are not the whole of you. Before sleep, you gently put these roles down. You write out what you carried in each identity, and then you let it rest. This gives your inner world permission to unclench. As you continue this process, you notice that many of your nighttime worries are tied to ego wounds. Fear of embarrassment, fear of inadequacy, fear of disappointing others, fear of not being enough. These fears shrink when you meet them with truth. You put them on paper and see them for what they are: human concerns, not final judgments about your worth. The Stoics believe the ego dissolves in honesty. When you expose your inner world without shame, your mind no longer feels the need to defend itself. It can rest without performing. It can soften without fear. This is the beginning of real peace. Another layer of this journaling practice is gratitude for your own growth, not for accomplishments, but for the way you saw yourself clearly. Gratitude for the moments you caught your pride. Gratitude for the times you chose patience. Gratitude for your ability to reflect at all. This kind of gratitude nourishes humility. It grounds you. It reminds you that the goal is not perfection, but awareness. As you finish your journaling, the ego becomes quiet. It no longer needs to protect you. It no longer needs to justify you. It no longer needs to shape your story. The mind becomes spacious. The heart becomes lighter. The breath becomes deeper. You enter the night not as a persona performing for the world, but as a human being returning to themselves. The final step is simple. You close the journal with the quiet understanding that the self you carried today does not need to follow you into sleep. The roles can rest. The defenses can rest. The stories can rest. And you can rest. Because sleep is easiest when the ego is silent, when the mind does not need to prove anything, defend anything, or explain anything. Stoic night journaling dissolves the noisy self, so the deeper self, the calm one, the steady one, the real one, can finally breathe. And in that breath, sleep arrives naturally, gently, fully. The ego softens when you place your thoughts onto the page, but there is another layer of rest that begins long before your head touches the pillow, something quieter, almost hidden in plain sight. It is the rhythm of your day, the pace of your movements, the speed at which you shift from one moment to the next. Most people never notice how fast they are living until the night arrives and their mind refuses to slow with them. The body may lie down, but the pace remains. The momentum of hurrying lingers, and that momentum becomes restlessness. The Stoics understood that tranquility is not something you switch on, it is something you train. And one of the most unexpected ways to build that inner stillness is through voluntary slowness. This is not laziness, nor dragging your feet, nor pretending to move in slow motion. It is the art of intentionally reducing your pace so the mind learns to follow. A deliberate softening of speed that teaches your nervous system that you are not in danger, that you don't need to rush, that life does not demand immediacy from you at every second. Slowness is not weakness, it is mastery. This practice begins long before bed in small choices. The way you reach for your cup, the pace at which you wash your hands, the time you take to breathe before answering a message. These minor acts train your mind to pause between thought and action. That pause becomes the foundation of tranquility. When you slow yourself voluntarily, you interrupt the reflexive hurry that comes from stress. You tell your brain without words that there is no emergency. The body responds by lowering tension. The breath deepens naturally. The heart stops racing ahead of the moment. This training accumulates throughout the day like drops of calm that collect into a pool by nightfall. Voluntary slowness also rewires your attention. When you move too quickly, your mind leaps ahead, always anticipating the next task. You live in the future more than the present. This keeps your awareness scattered. When you slow down intentionally, your attention returns to the moment you are actually living. You feel the weight in your hands, the temperature in the air, the breath in your chest. These small anchors pull you out of mental overdrive. This shift is subtle but powerful. A slow mind is not a dull mind. It is a focused one, a steady one, a mind that sees clearly instead of frantically. Another part of this practice is learning to slow your transitions. Not just your actions, but the moments between them. Before getting out of a chair, pause briefly. Before picking up your phone, take a single breath. Before walking into a new room, soften your shoulders. These miniature moments of slowness teach the mind to break the cycle of constant motion. The Stoics valued these pauses because they mark the difference between reacting and responding. When you rush, you react. When you slow down, you respond with intention. This intentionality becomes a form of inner order that reduces anxiety by giving you control over your internal pace, even when you cannot control circumstances. Voluntary slowness also helps dissolve the illusion that everything must be done quickly. So much stress comes from urgency that isn't real. You feel pressured to reply instantly, to finish tasks immediately, to move from one obligation to the next without pause. But urgency is often a habit, not a necessity. When you slow down, you begin to see which pressures were imaginary. This recognition frees you from unnecessary tension. This practice becomes even more powerful during your nighttime routine. When you wash your face slowly, when you change clothes without rushing, when you walk to bed with gentle steps, your body receives a clear signal. We are entering rest now. Your nervous system responds by shifting into parasympathetic mode, the state of calmness, digestion, and recovery. The transitions become invitations for the body to unwind. Another benefit of voluntary slowness is how it reduces emotional reactivity. When you slow your physical pace, you also slow down the speed of your emotions. Anger burns less intensely. Worry unwinds more easily. Annoyance loses its sharpness. Slowness gives emotions room to breathe instead of room to explode. This creates a sense of inner spaciousness, a key ingredient for sleep. Voluntary slowness also strengthens self-control. Each time you slow down by choice, you are practicing mastery over impulse. You teach your mind that you do not need to rush to feel safe. This is the same skill required to resist spiraling thoughts at night, the same discipline that lets you release worry, the same steadiness that helps you fall asleep. And as you continue this practice, something shifts inside you. The day no longer carries you like a fast-moving current. You begin to move through life at a pace that nourishes clarity rather than sabotages it. You feel less pushed, less scattered, less overwhelmed. By the time night arrives, your mind is not fighting against momentum. It is already moving in the direction of tranquility. This is the secret of voluntary slowness. It teaches the body and mind to settle long before sleep begins. It turns peace into a habit rather than a last-minute request. It creates an inner atmosphere where sleep is not a struggle, but a natural continuation of your calm. Because tranquility is not found in stillness alone, it is built through the gentle, deliberate slowing of your steps. One movement at a time, one breath at a time, one quiet moment at a time. And when the night finally wraps around you, your mind is already where it needs to be, unrushed, unforced, and ready for deep, restorative sleep. The mind grows calmer when the pace of your day slows, but there is another layer of tranquility that comes not from movement, but from what surrounds you. Many people enter the night carrying not just thoughts and emotions, but clutter, the kind you can see and the kind you can't. Visual clutter, mental clutter, digital clutter, emotional clutter. Every object, every notification, every unfinished task whispers at the edge of your attention, keeping the mind slightly alert even when you want to rest. This is why the Stoics valued simplicity, not as an aesthetic, but as a path to freedom. And at night, this simplicity becomes a powerful form of peace. Nocturnal minimalism is the practice of removing unnecessary noise from your environment and your mind so your attention can finally relax. It's not about owning nothing. It's about being free from what you don't need right now. The practice begins with the physical space around you. You don't have to redesign your entire room. You simply choose what will accompany you into the night. A few things matter: the softness of your bed, the air in the room, the light or darkness, the absence of distractions. Everything else is optional. The mind rests more easily when the senses are not being pulled in multiple directions. A cluttered room hums with unfinished business. A simple room breathes. You reduce visual noise by making small changes, putting aside what belongs to tomorrow, clearing surfaces that pull your attention, softening lights, closing the door on the spaces that demand your energy. You create a boundary that separates the world of tasks from the world of rest. This physical simplicity reflects to the mind. There is nothing to manage here. You are safe. But nocturnal minimalism does not stop with objects. It extends into what you choose to think about. The world gives you thousands of mental files to open at night, but you only need a few. Instead of carrying the entire day into your sleep, you keep only what supports your peace. You choose one or two thoughts worth holding, a lesson learned, a quiet gratitude, a moment of beauty. Everything else can wait. This intentional reduction quiets the mind. It prevents spirals. It anchors you in what is essential rather than what is overwhelming. There is also the digital layer. Screens pull the mind outward. Notifications steal your attention. The glow of a phone keeps the nervous system alert. Nocturnal minimalism invites you to put these devices away long before sleep, not as punishment, but as protection. When you disconnect from the digital world, your brain slowly returns to its natural rhythm. Thoughts become softer, emotions become quieter, the body shifts from vigilance to rest. Another powerful part of this practice is emotional minimalism. Not avoiding emotions, but choosing which ones you give space to before sleep. If a worry demands attention, you acknowledge it, but set it aside gently. You don't allow every feeling to take up room in the night. You choose emotional simplicity, calmness, acceptance, presence. You let go of the need to dissect every mood. You allow feelings to settle, the way mud settles when you stop stirring the water. Nocturnal minimalism also involves reducing internal dialogue. The mind loves to narrate, to judge, to analyze, but at night, this narration becomes noise. The Stoics practiced a quieting of inner commentary by reminding themselves that the day is done. No more decisions, no more judgments, no more internal debates. The night is not a place for strategy. It is a place for stillness. This softening of inner speech creates a quiet mental room where sleep can enter. The practice also includes simplifying your expectations. Many people lie awake because they pressure themselves to fall asleep quickly. They treat rest like a performance. Nocturnal minimalism shifts the mindset from "I must sleep now" to "I am creating the conditions for rest." You remove the internal clutter of urgency. You give sleep permission to arrive at its own pace. Another effect of this practice is the way it restores dignity to the night. When you simplify your surroundings, your mind, and your emotional load, the night becomes sacred rather than chaotic. It becomes a time of resetting rather than ruminating, a time of being rather than managing, a time of softening rather than pushing. Nocturnal minimalism is also a form of self-respect. You acknowledge that your mind deserves quiet, your body deserves stillness, your inner world deserves space. By clearing away the unnecessary, you give yourself a kind of inner generosity, a gift of peace that no one else can give you. With continued practice, the night becomes easier. Your room feels like a refuge. Your thoughts feel lighter. Your emotions feel less tangled. You stop entering sleep with a crowded mind. Instead, you enter it with a sense of spaciousness, clarity, and calm. This is the essence of nocturnal minimalism. Keep only what brings peace. Let go of what stirs chaos. Simplify the night so the mind can rest. And by removing what does not serve you, you make room for what does. Deep, natural, unforced sleep. The mind becomes spacious when you simplify the world around you, but tranquility deepens when you remember that you are not separate from the natural rhythms that guide everything alive. Modern life moves in sharp lines, deadlines, alarms, schedules, screens, yet your body still follows the quiet patterns of sunrise, sunset, seasons, temperature, darkness, and light. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that peace is not created. It is returned to by aligning yourself with the rhythms that nature has been following long before humans began to rush. Meditating on nature's rhythm at night brings the mind back into harmony with the order of the world. It softens the artificial pressure of human time and replaces it with the gentle pulse of life itself. When you tune into this rhythm, something inside you relaxes without effort. You stop fighting the night. You stop resisting stillness. You stop holding yourself to the pace of machines and expectations. You return to the pace of the earth. This practice begins with recognizing that everything in nature follows cycles. Day becomes night. Light becomes shadow. Activity becomes rest. Even the waves have their rise and fall. Even the trees breathe with the seasons. Nothing in nature stays in motion forever, and nothing rests forever. Everything moves between these states naturally. Sleep is part of this rhythm. It is not a task. It is not an achievement. It is a continuation of the cycle you were born into. When you meditate on nature's rhythm, you allow your mind and body to fall back into that ancient flow. You start by noticing the shift around you as night falls, the quietness outside, the way the air feels heavier, the way light changes shape. You don't have to step outdoors to feel it. The body senses the transition automatically. This transition is not a mistake. It is the world telling you to turn inward. As you slow down and become aware of this shift, you begin noticing that your own biology is responding. Your breath deepens, your heartbeat softens, your thoughts slow down, the day's fire cools. This is nature working through you. When you follow it instead of resisting it, the mind stops fighting against sleep. Meditating on nature's rhythm also helps dissolve the illusion that you must be productive until the very last moment. Nature doesn't rush to finish the day. Trees don't complete a checklist before sunset. The ocean doesn't panic to get one last wave in before the night. Everything simply transitions. The night arrives, the world shifts, the rhythm continues. When you adopt this natural transition, you release the unnecessary tension that comes from trying to squeeze too much into the end of your day. Another layer of this practice is noticing the rhythm of your breath as part of nature's pattern. Every inhale is a tide rising, every exhale is a tide falling. Breathing becomes a way of syncing with the world. You begin to feel that you are not separate. You are part of a larger movement, a subtle coordination that has been happening since the beginning of life. This connection brings deep peace. Anxiety often comes from feeling isolated, disconnected, or out of sync. When you meditate on nature's rhythm, that disconnection dissolves. You feel supported by something larger than your individual thoughts. You feel carried by a flow that does not demand anything from you in return. This rhythm also teaches patience. Nothing in nature blooms every day. Nothing grows in a straight line. Your mind and body need periods of rest, silence, darkness, and stillness, just as much as they need activity. When you honor these cycles, you stop judging yourself for needing to slow down. You stop interpreting tiredness as weakness. You stop treating rest as an inconvenience. Instead, you see sleep the way the Stoics did, as a natural surrender, a return to the universal rhythm, a moment when you step out of effort and into alignment. Meditating on nature's rhythm can also quiet emotional storms. Emotions rise like weather. They come, they intensify, they fade. Nothing stays forever. When you observe the natural movement of your own feelings, you stop identifying with every gust of emotion. You see them as passing conditions, not personal failures. This makes space inside you. It reduces the fear of feeling. It soothes the nervous system. Another benefit of this practice is the way it humbles the ego gently. When you sense your place in the vastness of nature, you realize that you don't have to carry the world on your shoulders. You don't have to control everything. You don't have to solve every problem before you rest. The earth continues turning without your constant involvement. The night arrives even if you do nothing. This recognition frees the heart from strain. As you settle deeper into this meditation, you begin to feel the rhythm of your own body more clearly. The slowing of your pulse, the heaviness of your limbs, the natural release of your muscles. You feel the day leaving you the way the sun leaves the sky. You become part of the same transition happening outside your window. And in that alignment, sleep stops being a struggle. It becomes a continuation of nature's flow, a falling into place, a returning, a softening. Meditating on nature's rhythm reminds you that tranquility is not something you invent. It is something you uncover by moving at the pace you were designed for. When you surrender to this rhythm, you fall asleep not as someone fighting their thoughts, but as someone carried gently by the same forces that guide the stars, the tides, the seasons, and all living things. In that alignment, the night becomes a place of deep, natural peace. The mind settles into deeper harmony when you reconnect with nature's quiet cycles. But there is another doorway to peace the Stoics guarded carefully. One so simple that most people overlook it entirely. It is the ability to be satisfied with the present moment, not the ideal moment, not the future moment, not the improved version of life you hope to reach someday. Just now, exactly as it is. Nothing added, nothing removed, nothing chased. The Stoics called this inner stance a profound truth. Right now is enough. Not because the present is perfect, not because everything is going your way, but because the only moment you ever actually live in is the one unfolding in front of you. The rest is memory or imagination. When you learn to meet this moment without demanding that it be different, the mind becomes quiet in a way few people ever experience. This practice begins with recognizing how often you leave the present. You drift toward tomorrow's tasks. You replay yesterday's mistakes. You stretch yourself into imaginary futures where things go wrong or where things must go perfectly. Every time you abandon the present, your peace goes with it. And when the night arrives, your mind is still pulling you into places you cannot reach. Right now is enough brings you back. You start by noticing what is actually true in this moment. Not the stories, not the fears, not the assumptions. Just the simple facts. You are here. You are breathing. You are safe enough to rest. The day is over. The night asks nothing of you except your presence. When you return to the truth of this moment, the pressure to fix, predict, or perform dissolves. This shift is small, but powerful. It is the realization that the mind creates most of its own suffering by insisting that the present is somehow incomplete, that something else must happen first, that you must be further along, that you must do more before you are allowed to rest. But the Stoics taught that the present moment is whole. It does not need your improvement, it needs your acceptance. Right now is enough also softens the relentless pace of modern life, the pressure to be productive until the very last second. The sense that your worth is tied to how much you accomplish today, the quiet guilt that whispers you should have done more. These thoughts keep the mind restless and the body tense. When you remind yourself that right now, this breath, this stillness, this quiet space is enough, the mind unclenches. You stop measuring yourself by your output. You stop rushing toward tomorrow. You stop replaying today in search of mistakes. You stop tying your identity to constant progress. You simply return to being. This practice also dissolves the emotional hunger that keeps many people awake at night. The hunger for reassurance, the hunger for certainty, the hunger for resolution, the hunger for closure. These forms of longing pull you out of the moment and into an endless search for something that cannot be delivered by thinking harder. When you settle into right now is enough, that hunger quiets. You don't need to solve every doubt. You don't need to secure tomorrow. You don't need to rewrite the past. You don't need to answer every emotional question before sleep. You allow the moment to be complete without adding more weight. Another layer of this practice involves noticing the comfort available right now, comfort you usually overlook. The softness of your bed, the warmth of your blanket, the safety of your room, the quiet of the night. When you let yourself appreciate these things without demanding anything else, you enter a state of natural gratitude without forcing it. Gratitude without effort is simply presence. This mindset also helps soften regret. Regret thrives when the mind wanders into the past and insists that things should have unfolded differently. But the Stoics understood that the past is fixed. You cannot change it. You cannot edit it. You cannot negotiate with it. You can only meet the present with clarity. When you ground yourself in the truth that this moment is enough, even after an imperfect day, you stop punishing yourself for what is already gone. The present becomes a place of forgiveness. Right now is enough also teaches endurance. When life feels heavy, the mind often imagines the weight stretching into forever. But when you focus only on the present moment, the burden shrinks. You do not need to endure the whole future. You only need to endure this moment, and this moment is survivable. This moment is manageable. This moment is a single breath. This recognition is calming. It brings the mind out of catastrophic thinking and into something you can handle. And finally, this practice helps you enter sleep without tension. When the present moment is enough, you no longer demand that the night fix you, change you, or redeem your day. You simply allow sleep to come when it comes. You let rest be what it is, a natural act, not a task to complete. The Stoics believed that peace lives inside the present, not in achievement, not in control, not in certainty, in now. And when you return to the truth that right now is enough, the night becomes a place of deep surrender. The mind stops racing, the heart stops gripping, the breath becomes soft, and sleep rises naturally, like something that was waiting for you the entire time. You just needed to come home to the moment you were already in. The present moment becomes gentler when you allow it to be enough. But there is still one voice capable of pulling you out of peace. The voice inside your mind that acts like a relentless judge. The Stoics understood this voice well. They knew that humans often suffer more from the accusations they direct at themselves than from anything the world could ever say. This inner voice has many names, but tonight it becomes clear what it truly is. The inner prosecutor. The part of you that reviews your day not to understand it, but to convict you. The part that exaggerates your flaws, highlights your mistakes, and interprets every small imperfection as evidence against you. It speaks loudly when the world goes quiet. It speaks harshly when you are tired. And its judgments can keep you awake long after your body begs for rest. Unloading the inner prosecutor is the art of releasing self-condemnation so the mind can enter the night without carrying a courtroom inside. This practice begins with noticing when judgment arises. It often shows up subtly. A replay of something you said, a tightening in your chest, a whisper that you should have done better, a sudden wave of embarrassment for something no one else even remembers. The prosecutor thrives on moments like these. It gathers them, stitches them together, and builds a case against you. It does not seek truth. It seeks guilt. The Stoics taught that this voice is not wisdom. It is habit. It is fear disguised as discipline. It is insecurity wearing the mask of self-improvement. It is the leftover voice of childhood expectations, past criticism, perfectionism, and the old belief that you must earn your right to rest. The first step in unloading this voice is recognizing that it is not you. It is a mental pattern, a defense mechanism, a leftover survival strategy. When you see it as a part of the mind, not the whole mind, you create distance. The accusations lose their sting when you stop accepting them as truth. The next step is asking one simple question. Is this judgment necessary or just familiar? Most of the inner prosecutor's accusations are not necessary. They do not guide you. They do not teach you. They do not strengthen you. They simply drain you. But they feel familiar, so you allow them in. When you ask this question, you expose the emptiness behind the judgment. Familiarity does not equal truth. This clarity weakens the prosecutor's authority. Another part of this practice is seeing the difference between accountability and self-punishment. Accountability is grounded and balanced. I made a mistake. I'll learn from it. The inner prosecutor is theatrical and absolute. You failed. You always do. You should have known better. The Stoics believed that self-punishment serves no purpose. It turns the mind against itself. It creates tension instead of growth. It keeps you awake because the body cannot relax when it thinks it is under attack, even when the attacker is you. When you recognize that your mind is triggering a defensive response to its own judgment, something inside you softens. You begin to treat yourself with fairness. You evaluate your day the way a wise counselor would, not the way a merciless prosecutor does. Another powerful step in this practice is offering yourself the same compassion you would offer a friend. If someone you cared about made the same mistake, would you condemn them? Would you shame them? Would you replay their errors in the dark? Or would you reassure them, help them see the bigger picture, help them see their good intentions? You already know the answer, and deep down, your mind longs for that same kindness. The Stoics taught that fairness is a virtue, not only toward others, but toward oneself. Unloading the inner prosecutor does not mean ignoring your flaws. It means seeing them without cruelty. It means recognizing that you are learning, you are trying, you are human. The night is not the time for self-trial. It is the time for release. This practice also reveals something important. Most of the things you judge yourself for are small fragments of a much larger day. You focus on what went wrong and overlook everything that went well. The prosecutor points to a single moment and calls it truth. But your day was not a single moment. It was dozens of choices, hundreds of breaths, countless acts of endurance, patience, effort, presence. When you see the full picture, the judgment loses its power. The final step in this practice is letting the prosecutor leave the room, not through force, not through argument, but through quiet dismissal. I hear you. But your services are no longer needed tonight. You allow the mind to step out of the role of judge and into the role of witness. A witness sees without condemning. A witness understands without attacking. A witness observes without turning every action into a verdict. When you shift into witnessing, the body relaxes, the breath softens, the nervous system drops its defenses, the heart releases its tension, and the night becomes a place of rest rather than judgment. Unloading the inner prosecutor is an act of inner liberation, a reclaiming of your right to rest, a refusal to carry unnecessary guilt into the darkness. When the courtroom closes, the mind stops arguing. When the mind stops arguing, the body stops tightening. And when the body stops tightening, sleep rises naturally, quietly, without resistance. This is the freedom the Stoics wanted you to feel, the freedom of meeting yourself without a trial. The mind grows lighter when you silence the inner prosecutor, but the Stoics didn't end their night with mere release. They ended it with renewal, not through punishment, not through guilt, but through something much more dignified, the nightly trial of virtue. This is not the trial the prosecutor runs. This is not a trial designed to shame or condemn. This is a trial built on truth and growth, a quiet examination of your character, done not with harshness, but with honesty and hope. The Stoics believed that every night was a chance to return to who you're trying to become, not the perfect version of yourself, not the idealized version, the steadier version, the clearer version, the version of you that acts from values instead of impulse. When the world becomes quiet and the noise fades, what remains is the real measure of your inner life. The nightly trial of virtue is the practice of reviewing your day through the lens of wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. Not to judge yourself, but to guide yourself. Not to punish your missteps, but to illuminate your direction. It begins with one simple shift. You stop asking, "Did I succeed today?" And you start asking, "Did I live according to my values today?" This single question removes the weight of outcome and reveals the truth of your character. You review your day gently, without drama. You look for the moments where you lived well, not perfectly, but intentionally. You notice where you showed patience, where you offered kindness, where you practiced restraint, where you caught yourself before reacting, where you chose honesty, even when it was uncomfortable. These moments are often small and easy to forget, but they are the real building blocks of a meaningful life. When you recognize them, the heart grows lighter. You see that you are growing, even in quiet ways. Then you turn toward the moments where you drifted away from your values, not to feel shame, but to understand your patterns. Maybe you were impatient. Maybe you avoided something because of fear. Maybe you reacted quickly when you wanted to respond thoughtfully. Maybe ego pulled you into defensiveness. Maybe emotion clouded your clarity. You observe these moments the way a wise teacher would, not to scold, but to reveal. You look at them without flinching and without exaggeration. You acknowledge them the way you acknowledge weather. They happened. They passed. They don't define you. The Stoics believed that the purpose of this nightly trial was not correction, but calibration. You're checking your alignment. You're guiding yourself back to center. You're learning yourself so you can meet tomorrow more clearly. This kind of honest self-reflection builds confidence, not the fragile kind based on accomplishment, but the deep kind based on knowing who you are beneath pressure. When you examine your day this way, you don't fear your flaws, you learn from them. You don't hide your missteps, you understand them. You don't panic over imperfection. You see that imperfection is the very path to growth. The nightly trial of virtue also dissolves anxiety because it restores agency. Anxiety often comes from feeling directionless or unsure of how you are living. But when you review your day through virtue, you see that you are not drifting, you are choosing. You are shaping yourself. You are participating in your own development. You are not at the mercy of the world's chaos. Another powerful part of this practice is the way it resets your moral compass. The world throws distractions at you all day long, irritations, temptations, pressures, emotional traps. It's easy to lose your way without even noticing. The nightly review brings you back. It reminds you of what truly matters. It restores clarity about the kind of person you want to be. This clarity softens the night. It steadies the breath. It calms the heart. Because when you know you are trying, honestly, consistently, you no longer carry the weight of self-doubt into bed. The Stoics also use this practice to cultivate gratitude, but not the kind tied to external blessings. They were grateful for the chance to improve, for the opportunity to reflect, for the ability to grow wiser through experience. This form of gratitude makes the night feel spacious rather than heavy. The trial ends with a simple but profound step. You choose one small virtue to focus on tomorrow, not a long list, not an overwhelming goal, just one intention: patience, courage, honesty, moderation, kindness, humility, presence, compassion. One area in which you want to live just a little better. This small commitment becomes a thread that connects tonight's reflection with tomorrow's action. It gives your mind direction without pressure. It gives your heart hope without demand. It gives your life continuity, a sense that you are becoming someone on purpose. As you lay down to sleep after the nightly trial of virtue, something inside you feels aligned. You are not escaping your day. You are understanding it. You are not carrying the heavy weight of self-judgment. You are carrying clarity. The night no longer feels like a place to hide from yourself. It becomes a place to return to yourself, a quiet space where you meet your inner life with honesty, gentleness, and purpose. And when the mind enters sleep holding alignment instead of guilt, holding intention instead of fear, holding wisdom instead of noise, rest becomes deep, steady, and healing. Because nothing calms the mind more than knowing you are becoming the person you were meant to be, one night, one reflection, one small act of virtue at a time. The mind becomes clearer when you review your day through the lens of virtue. But there is still one final doorway the Stoics walk through before allowing the night to take them, and it wasn't an intellectual one. It wasn't about reason or reflection. It was about the body. Because even when your thoughts settle, even when your emotions soften, the body often remains wired from the pressures of the day. Tension hides in muscles. Stress collects in the shoulders. Old worries linger in the chest. The body remembers what the mind tries to forget. This is why the Stoics valued apatheia, not numbness, not indifference, but emotional neutrality, a calm inner baseline where the mind no longer reacts automatically and the body no longer braces against life. And one of the simplest, most powerful ways to reach this state before sleep is through body scanning, a slow, mindful journey through your physical self to release the grip of the day. Practicing apatheia through body scanning is not about forcing relaxation. It is about removing unnecessary tension so your inner world returns to its natural equilibrium. This practice begins with awareness. You lie down and become curious about how your body truly feels. Not how you hope it feels, not how you think it should feel, but how it actually is. You notice areas that are tight, restless, or heavy. You don't try to fix them immediately. You simply acknowledge them. The Stoics believed that clear perception is the first step toward peace. Seeing the body honestly without judgment creates space for softness. You start at the top of your head or the tips of your toes, whichever feels more natural, and move your attention slowly, part by part. Not mechanically, not rushing. You give each area a moment of conscious presence. When your attention meets a part of the body, it often releases tension on its own. Muscles unclench because they feel seen. Your nervous system interprets this gentle attention as a sign of safety. Apatheia begins here, not as emotionless detachment, but as the body realizing it doesn't need to defend you right now. As you scan each section, you allow it to release what it carried. The forehead softens, the jaw loosens, the neck lets go, the shoulders descend. These small releases accumulate like drops filling a quiet pool. Tension unravels in layers, not because you force it, but because you give the body permission to stop holding what it no longer needs. This practice also helps you identify where your emotions hid throughout the day. Anger often sits in the jaw, anxiety tightens the belly, stress curls into the shoulders, sadness weighs on the chest. The Stoics understood that emotions are not just thoughts, they are physical experiences. When you scan the body, you discover where emotional residue still lives, and acknowledging it without fear is what dissolves it. The key is gentle neutrality. You don't label the sensation as good or bad. You don't create stories about it. You don't turn it into a problem. You see it simply as a sensation. This neutral observation is apatheia in motion. You allow the body to feel without adding interpretation. You don't deny the sensation, but you don't cling to it either. You watch it, and with time, it softens. Another layer of this practice is accepting physical imperfection. The Stoics knew that discomfort is part of being human. You may notice tightness that won't go away fully. You may sense tiredness that sits deep in the muscles. You may feel the remnants of a long day. Instead of resisting these sensations, you allow them to be present. This acceptance reduces suffering more than any forced relaxation could, because resistance is what creates tension, not the sensation itself. When you meet the body with acceptance, the nervous system shifts from alertness to rest. The breath naturally deepens, the heart slows, the muscles loosen. You enter apatheia, not a cold emptiness, but a warm neutrality where nothing inside you is fighting anymore. As you continue the scan, you begin noticing subtler sensations, the weight of your limbs, the warmth of your skin, the softness of the bed beneath you, the quiet pulse inside your fingertips. These sensations ground you in the present moment. They bring your awareness out of the mind and into the body. And when the body is grounded, the mind follows. This practice also dissolves the leftover adrenaline that often keeps people awake. Throughout the day, the body enters small stress responses repeatedly: traffic, conflict, deadlines, pressure, noise. Even small stresses leave traces in the muscles and nervous system. Body scanning releases these traces like steam leaving a pot. You unwind the tension that accumulated one quiet breath at a time. The Stoics knew that a person cannot think clearly if the body is in a state of defense. Apatheia requires physical calmness as much as intellectual clarity. This is why body scanning prepares the mind for sleep more reliably than logic alone. When your muscles trust that they are safe, the mind stops bracing against imagined threats. By the time you finish scanning the entire body, something begins to shift. The edges of your awareness soften. The breath becomes rhythmic. Thoughts slow down naturally because the body no longer supports their urgency. You enter a state where you are aware of your body but not controlling it, like floating just above yourself, watching quietly. This is apatheia at night. Nothing inside you is pushing. Nothing inside you is resisting. Nothing inside you is gripping the day. You rest in neutrality, in balance, in gentle presence, and as the body settles completely, sleep rises to meet you, not through force, not through effort, but through the natural unfolding of a mind and body that finally, truly, allow themselves to rest. The body settles into neutrality when you scan it with gentle awareness. But even in that softness, there is one more movement the Stoics made before drifting into sleep. A movement not of the body, but of the heart. Because even when your muscles are calm, your emotions may still linger like shifting clouds. Not storms necessarily, but subtle patterns of feeling that color your night. A leftover disappointment, a trace of worry, a flicker of irritation, a quiet sadness, a spark of hope. These emotional states often go unacknowledged, and what goes unacknowledged tends to echo in the dark. The Stoics understood that emotions come and go like weather, natural, temporary, ever-changing. And instead of fighting them, suppressing them, or letting them rule the night, they learned to observe them the way one might observe the sky. They practiced what we can call the Stoic emotional weather report, a calm, honest check-in that brings clarity without judgment. This practice begins with one simple truth. Emotions are not character flaws. They are not predictions. They are not proof of failure. They are simply inner weather patterns passing through your consciousness. When you treat them as weather instead of personal identity, you stop being intimidated by them. You stop feeling the need to react to every emotional shift. You allow yourself to feel without being overwhelmed. You begin by sitting quietly within yourself and asking, not harshly, not clinically, but gently, what is the emotional weather inside me right now? You might notice a heaviness in the chest, like clouds gathering. You might sense quiet anxiety, like a thin wind moving through the mind. You might feel tension, like approaching rain. You might feel calm, like a clear sky, or maybe you feel a mix of many things, like shifting patterns at sunset. The key is not to control the emotional weather. The key is to recognize it. The Stoics knew that naming what you feel reduces emotional intensity. When you acknowledge an emotion, truly acknowledge it, it stops needing to shout. It stops demanding attention. It stops masquerading as a crisis. It becomes what it is, temporary weather. You say to yourself, I feel anxious right now. I feel unsettled. I feel tired. I feel hopeful. I feel irritated. And instead of resisting, you let the emotion exist. This is not indulgence. This is honesty. Honesty without attachment. Once you've identified your emotional weather, you take the next step. You observe how it moves. Emotions rarely stay still. They shift, soften, intensify, fade. When you watch them with calm awareness, you stop identifying with them. You stop saying, I am anxious, and instead say, anxiety is passing through me. You stop saying, I am sad, and instead say, sadness is visiting right now. You don't become the storm. You become the observer of the sky. This shift creates immediate relief. Observers do not drown in storms. They watch them from safe ground. The Stoics learned that most emotional suffering comes not from the emotion itself, but from resisting it, tightening against it, fearing it, interpreting it as a personal flaw. When you ease into observation instead, something profound happens. The emotion stops growing. It begins to settle on its own. You do not need to fix it. You simply need to let it move through you. Another layer of this practice is seeing which emotions belong to the present moment and which are leftovers from earlier in the day. Many nighttime emotions are echoes, residue, a worry that lingered longer than it needed, a tension that followed you home, a mood that clung to your shoulders. When you recognize an emotion as leftover, you can release it gently. That feeling belonged to earlier. It does not belong to this moment. This alone reduces emotional weight. The Stoic Emotional Weather Report also invites you to notice which emotions come from imagination rather than reality. A fear of something that hasn't happened, a worry about someone's thoughts, a prediction of tomorrow's difficulty. These emotional storms are generated by anticipation, not experience. When you label them correctly, their power diminishes. This is an imagined storm. It is not happening now. Your body hears this truth. Your breath deepens. Your mind loosens its grip. Another important aspect is neutrality. You do not label emotions as good or bad. You simply notice them. The moment you stop judging your feelings, you stop fueling them. Judgment adds wind to emotional weather. Acceptance brings stillness. And something beautiful happens with practice. You learn that emotions pass on their own when you stop holding them hostage. You don't have to push them away. You don't have to cling to them. You don't have to solve them. You simply witness them. This witnessing prepares you for sleep in a profound way. When emotions are allowed to exist without control or resistance, they settle like dust in sunlight. They become gentle sensations rather than overwhelming narratives. The nervous system calms. The mind stops reacting. The body stops bracing. The night becomes a place where you are allowed to feel without drowning in feeling. And slowly, as you watch the emotional sky inside you, it begins to clear, not because you forced it to, but because you let it move. This is the Stoic wisdom the world often forgets. Emotions are not enemies, they are weather, and weather always passes. When you meet your emotional landscape with calm observation, you enter the night without emotional pressure, without storms demanding attention, without self-judgment clouding your heart. You fall asleep as the observer of your inner world, not the prisoner of it. And from that place, rest comes naturally, quietly, and deeply. The emotional sky becomes calmer when you observe it without judgment. But there is another kind of peace the Stoics turn to, one that comes not from soothing emotions, but from understanding life itself. A peace that arises when you stop wrestling with what happened and begin seeing events through the clean, honest lens of cause and effect. Not fate as punishment, not karma as threat, just the simple reality that actions lead to outcomes, choices lead to shifts, and life unfolds according to its nature, not your expectation. This is the meditation of natural consequences, a quiet nighttime practice that dissolves frustration, guilt, tension, and confusion by showing you that life is not attacking you. It is simply responding. The Stoics believe that much of human suffering comes from taking natural consequences personally. Things happen, and we interpret them as verdicts. People behave a certain way, and we assume it's a judgment of us. Life moves in its own rhythm, and we treat it as unfairness. But when you see events as the natural unfolding of causes, the mind stops resisting. The heart stops tightening. You stop asking, "Why me?" and start understanding, "Why this?" And that shift alone brings immense peace before sleep. This practice begins with stepping back from emotional interpretation and looking at the bare reality of the day. What happened today happened because of conditions, choices, circumstances, and human nature, not because the universe singled you out. If someone was irritable, perhaps they were overwhelmed. If a task went poorly, perhaps the conditions weren't ideal. If you made a mistake, perhaps you were tired, distracted, or inexperienced. If something didn't go your way, perhaps life simply moved in a direction you didn't predict. Natural consequences, not personal attacks. This understanding frees the mind from feeling targeted. You realize that events don't happen to you. They happen, and you respond. The next layer of this meditation involves seeing your own actions through the same lens, not through guilt, not through shame, through clarity. If something you did led to an unpleasant outcome, it doesn't mean you are flawed. It simply means the cause didn't match the result you hoped for. You can adjust, you can learn, you can change your approach. The Stoics believed this was the doorway to wisdom. Stop blaming. Start understanding. This approach removes emotional heaviness. You stop dramatizing mistakes. You stop moralizing accidents. You stop cursing circumstances. You become a scientist of your own life instead of a judge. This shift prepares the mind for sleep because the brain is no longer wrestling with the should or shouldn't of the day. It becomes curious instead of critical. When you stop resisting reality, the nervous system stops producing stress around it. Another powerful part of this practice is recognizing that many situations, especially the ones that upset you, are the natural results of how life works, not malfunctions. People misunderstand each other, plans change, feelings shift, weather disrupts schedules, fatigue creates mistakes. Time moves forward whether you're ready or not. None of these phenomena are personal insults. They're simply the nature of existence. And when you stop interpreting life as hostile, your inner world becomes gentler. The meditation of natural consequences also teaches responsibility, not the heavy, self-punishing kind, but the grounded, empowering kind. If you played a role in an outcome, you acknowledge it honestly, not to blame yourself, but to understand how you can improve. This kind of responsibility removes shame because it focuses on cause, not character. It says, "This happened because of X," not, "This happened because I'm inadequate." The body relaxes when responsibility becomes clarity rather than self-attack. Another layer of this practice is recognizing what consequences don't belong to you. Someone else's reaction. That's their inner world responding to their own causes. Someone else's disappointment. That's their expectations, not your failure. Someone else's criticism. That's their perspective, shaped by their experiences. You do not carry the consequences of other people's internal storms. You only carry the consequences of your own actions. This distinction frees you from the emotional weight of trying to manage the feelings or judgments of others. It returns you to the truth. You influence your choices, not the world's interpretations. As you continue reflecting, the tangled emotions of the day begin to flatten into a simple, comprehensible chain of events. You see that nothing mystical or catastrophic was happening. Just life, just cause and effect, just the natural unfolding of what was set in motion. This clarity is deeply soothing. Confusion keeps people awake. Understanding lets them rest. And the final part of this meditation is acceptance, not resignation, acceptance. You acknowledge the causes that shaped today. You acknowledge the results. You acknowledge the parts you can influence tomorrow. And you release everything that is already complete. That release is like exhaling after holding your breath all day. The mind unclenches. The heart loosens. The body softens into the bed. You no longer argue with reality. You no longer fight the day. You allow the night to take its place. The Stoics practice this nightly because it creates the kind of peace that cannot be forced. It is the peace that comes from understanding, clarity, and alignment with truth. When you see the day as a natural chain of causes rather than a personal judgment, the burden lifts. The inner storms quiet. The night becomes safe. And in that safety, sleep arrives naturally, like the next link in the chain of consequence, the consequence of acceptance, of clarity, of letting life be what it is, so you can finally rest. The mind grows clearer when you see the day as a natural chain of causes, but there is another kind of freedom the Stoics reached for at night, one that removes the last pieces of heaviness from the heart. It is the freedom that comes from remembering the true scale of your problems, not to belittle your feelings, not to deny your experience, but to place everything back into its real size. This is the quiet, liberating practice of embracing the smallness of human concerns. Not smallness in the sense of insignificance. Smallness in the sense of perspective. Because so much of what keeps people awake at night does not come from the size of the problem, but from how close it sits to the mind. Up close, a pebble can look like a mountain. A short comment can feel like a deep wound. A small mistake can turn into a story about your worth. Distance shrinks things. Clarity shrinks things. Perspective shrinks things. And the Stoics practiced this nightly because they understood that a mind trapped inside the tight circle of its own concerns becomes overwhelmed. But a mind that sees beyond itself becomes steady. This practice begins with stepping outside your own bubble, not emotionally, but perceptually. You remind yourself gently that your concerns, fears, embarrassments, and uncertainties are human concerns, common concerns, universal concerns, the kind people have carried for thousands of years. You are not uniquely broken. You are not uniquely behind. You are not uniquely flawed. You are not uniquely burdened. You are simply human, and humans worry. Humans misinterpret. Humans feel too much. Humans stumble. Recognizing this does not diminish your experience. It lightens it. You stop treating your struggles as evidence of personal failure and start seeing them as the natural challenges of being alive. This reduces pressure immediately. When you see that your worries are just small parts of the larger human story, the mind stops gripping them so tightly. The next layer of this practice is widening your perspective beyond the day. You look at the past week, month, year. You ask yourself how many moments you once thought were unbearable that now barely register in memory. The mind has a habit of elevating current concerns to crisis-level importance, but most concerns fade with time. The Stoics reminded themselves of this nightly. If it will not matter soon, it does not deserve to dominate tonight. This awareness does not dismiss your feelings. It frees you from letting them rule you. Another part of this practice is remembering how brief human moments truly are. Embarrassment lasts seconds. Anger lasts minutes. Stressful conversations last a handful of sentences. Almost everything that feels overwhelming is short in real time, but long in mental replay. When you see this, the intensity softens. You stop carrying the weight of moments that were tiny in duration. The Stoics also observed how tiny human concerns are compared to the wider world, not to make life feel meaningless, but to make it feel lighter. They looked at the stars not to escape their problems, but to place their problems in scale. You do not need to imagine galaxies to practice this. Simply remembering how vast life is can soften your grip on small anxieties. Your concern about someone's opinion, a tiny ripple in the ocean of time. Your worry about a small mistake, a single drop that will evaporate by morning. Your tension from a brief interaction, a moment inside a lifetime full of moments. When you embrace this smallness, you don't feel insignificant. You feel relieved, because you no longer treat every experience as a threat. You let things be small when they are small. Another layer of this practice is recognizing how quickly human emotions change. What feels overwhelming at night often feels manageable in the morning. What feels confusing before sleep often feels obvious after rest. What feels painful now may soften with distance. This impermanence is not something to fear. It is something to trust. You say to yourself, this moment is not forever. This feeling is not permanent. This concern will shrink with the sunrise. And as soon as you acknowledge that truth, the mind loosens. This practice also helps dissolve self-importance, not in a degrading way, but in a peaceful way. When you stop believing the world watches your every move, you stop carrying the weight of performing, pleasing, or perfecting. You realize most people are too wrapped in their own concerns to hold on to yours. This releases you from imagined criticism, imagined judgment, imagined disappointment. You free yourself from the invisible audience that lives only in your mind. Another benefit of embracing the smallness of human concerns is that it opens the door to genuine gratitude. When your worries shrink, your awareness of what supports you grows. You begin noticing the stability you do have, the safety you do have, the warmth, the breath, the bed beneath you. Gratitude becomes effortless when pressure lifts, and slowly, with practice, your inner world expands enough to hold the day without being flooded by it. Problems that once kept you awake begin losing their emotional charge. Moments that once felt catastrophic fade into perspective. The night no longer feels like a place where problems grow, but like a place where they shrink back to their true size. The final step in this practice is surrendering the day into the vastness of what you cannot control. You allow events to be just events, thoughts to be just thoughts, feelings to be just feelings, small things, passing things, human things. When you embrace the smallness of your concerns, you give yourself permission to rest, because nothing inside you feels so large that it demands attention in the dark. The mind becomes spacious, the heart becomes softer, the night becomes safe again, and in that safety, sleep arrives, not as an escape, but as a gentle release, a falling back into the truth that your concerns are part of being human, and being human is enough. Rest becomes deeper when you recognize the smallness of your concerns, but even with perspective and clarity, the night sometimes brings a subtle stirring, a restlessness that moves through the mind or body without reason. It shows up as an unsettled feeling, a flicker of impatience, a sense that something is off, even when nothing is wrong. Most people treat this restlessness as an enemy, something to fight or suppress. But the Stoics approached it differently. They understood that restlessness is not a flaw. It is a messenger, a teacher, a quiet instructor sent by your inner world. Turning restlessness into a Stoic teacher means learning from the discomfort instead of battling it. It means allowing restlessness to reveal what is unbalanced, what is unresolved, what is overworked, or what is simply misunderstood. This transforms the night from a place of frustration into a place of insight. This practice begins with one simple recognition. Restlessness is not danger. Restlessness is not failure. Restlessness is information. When you stop treating it like a threat, its intensity begins to soften. You start by noticing the shape of your restlessness. Does it feel like the body trying to move, the mind trying to think, the heart trying to feel something? Each version carries a different lesson. A restless body might be holding tension. A restless mind might be clinging to unfinished loops. A restless heart might be carrying emotions that didn't have space earlier in the day. Instead of forcing quiet, you listen. The Stoics believed that awareness is the beginning of mastery. When you observe restlessness with curiosity instead of resistance, it stops escalating. You say to yourself, "There is restlessness here." Not, "Why is this happening?" Not, "This shouldn't be happening." Just, "Here it is." This simple acknowledgement allows restlessness to settle into your awareness rather than dominate it. The next layer of this practice is asking restlessness what it's trying to show you, not in words, but in sensation. Restlessness can reveal that you rushed through the day without pausing. It can reveal that your mind absorbed too much stimulation. It can reveal that your emotions didn't have time to exhale. It can reveal that you're holding on to expectations that need to soften. Sometimes, restlessness simply means the body hasn't fully transitioned from the pace of the day. And that is not a personal flaw. It is a natural biological delay. You cannot sprint for hours and then expect instant stillness. The body unwinds in layers. Restlessness is part of that unwinding. The Stoics treated this sensation as a sign to slow even further, not to force stillness. You allow the restlessness to move gently through you, like wind through a field. You let your breath anchor you, not as a command, but as a companion. You soften your muscles the way you would calm a startled animal, with patience, not pressure. Restlessness becomes a teacher of pacing. Another lesson restlessness offers is humility. It reminds you that you are not a machine that can switch states instantly. You are a living being with rhythms, cycles, and needs. Your restlessness is not proof of inadequacy. It is proof of being alive. The mind that demands immediate stillness is the mind that needs stillness the most. Embracing restlessness teaches the humility of allowing yourself to be where you are, not where you think you should be. A powerful part of this practice is letting restlessness become a doorway into deeper self-awareness. Instead of trying to fix the feeling, you explore it with gentle attention. You notice where it sits in your body. You notice its texture. Is it sharp, buzzy, heavy, fluttery? You notice whether it changes when you breathe slowly or shift your posture. This transforms restlessness from a vague discomfort into a clear, observable experience, and observed discomfort loses its power to overwhelm. You also learn to separate restlessness from the stories your mind attaches to it. The mind often interprets restlessness as a sign that something is wrong. I must have forgotten something. I'm not trying hard enough to sleep. I'm still not calm. There must be a problem. These interpretations create tension, but restlessness is rarely a sign of danger. It is simply a temporary state. When you see it clearly, you stop building dramatic narratives around it. The Stoics taught that events are rarely the problem. The story you tell about them is. Restlessness teaches you to drop unnecessary stories and return to experience itself. Another layer of this practice is letting restlessness show you where you still cling to control. Many people become restless because they're trying to force the night to feel a certain way, or trying to force the mind into silence. Restlessness reveals this attachment. It teaches patience. It teaches surrender. It teaches the quiet wisdom of letting the night unfold instead of trying to control its pace. When you embrace restlessness rather than fight it, something surprising happens. It begins to transform. What once felt like agitation becomes a gentle movement of energy. What once felt like a barrier becomes a signal that your system is transitioning. What once felt like a problem becomes a guide showing you what part of yourself needs attention, compassion, or release. And slowly, without force, restlessness begins to dissolve. It loosens because you stopped tightening against it. It fades because you allowed it to be seen. It teaches its lesson, and then, like passing weather, it moves on. The final step in this practice is gratitude, not for the discomfort itself, but for what it revealed. You recognize that restlessness is a messenger pointing you toward balance, not away from it. You thank the feeling, not in dramatic ways, but in a quiet inner acknowledgement. You showed me something tonight. I'm listening. And the moment you shift from resistance to openness, the body relaxes, the mind softens, the breath steadies. Sleep becomes possible. Turning restlessness into a stoic teacher transforms the night from a battleground into a classroom, one where every sensation, even the uncomfortable ones, leads you back toward peace. Because the truth is this: restlessness doesn't block your path to tranquility. It guides you there, if you let it. Restlessness becomes a guide when you stop fighting it. But even after gaining insight from those unsettled moments, the night still has one final trap. One that quietly steals peace more than anything else. Drama. Not dramatic events, but dramatic thinking. The kind of mental theater the mind creates when the world goes silent. The exaggerated worries, the emotional spirals, the imaginary arguments, the worst-case scenarios, the stories that start with a whisper and end with your heart racing. The Stoics understood this tendency deeply. They knew that the human mind, when tired, becomes vulnerable to narrative exaggeration. A small concern becomes a crisis. A minor interaction becomes a personal attack. A harmless uncertainty becomes a looming threat. So they developed a simple but life-changing principle to protect their nights. The no-drama rule for bedtime, a commitment to refuse emotional storytelling after a certain hour, not because feelings aren't valid, not because problems don't matter, but because the mind at night is not a trustworthy narrator. The no-drama rule begins with recognizing this truth. Nothing needs to be emotionally solved at bedtime. Your nighttime mind is not designed for strategy, confrontation, judgment, or deep decisions. Once fatigue sets in, your logic dims and your emotions become louder. The Stoics didn't see this as weakness. They saw it as nature, and they shaped their nightly rituals around it. This practice starts with setting a gentle boundary with your own thoughts. This is not the hour for drama. This is not the time for emotional intensity. This is not when I trust the stories my mind tells. This boundary doesn't suppress your emotions. It simply protects your peace by postponing unnecessary spirals until a time when you have clarity and strength. The next step is noticing when a thought tries to become dramatic. A simple concern suddenly gathers momentum. A vague insecurity tries to turn into a full identity crisis. A small fear attempts to become a prediction of disaster. The mind starts writing emotional scripts, casting characters, imagining outcomes, building tension. This is when the no-drama rule steps in. You pause and say inwardly, "This is drama, not truth. This can wait for the morning. I refuse to follow this storyline right now."
This alone can stop a spiral.
Because drama thrives on participation. If you do not feed it, it cannot grow. The Stoics practiced this by separating facts from interpretations. Fact: someone didn't reply. Drama: they must be upset. Fact: you made a small mistake. Drama: this proves I'm failing. Fact: tomorrow has unknowns. Drama: something will go wrong. I can feel it.
This is the mind at night, turning shadows into monsters.
By identifying the difference, you reduce emotional intensity immediately. You see that most of your distress is coming not from reality, but from inner storytelling.
Another part of the no-drama rule is emotional de-escalation, not ignoring feelings, reducing their heat.
If frustration rises, you let it drop by half through breath. If sadness appears, you allow it without building a story around it. If fear surfaces, you acknowledge it, but refuse to turn it into prophecy. You allow the emotion, but block the narrative that fuels it. Drama requires 3 elements: emotion, imagination, and momentum. When you remove imagination and momentum, the emotion becomes manageable, something you can feel without drowning in it. The Stoics knew that drama is a survival instinct gone rogue. It tries to prepare you for threats, even imaginary ones. But the mind at night exaggerates threat because it lacks the clarity daylight provides. When you adopt the no-drama rule, you stop letting your tired mind make decisions about your life. Another layer of this practice is trusting the wisdom of morning. Nighttime problems often shrink by sunrise. Nighttime fears reveal themselves as illusions. Nighttime emotions soften into perspective. Nighttime catastrophes lose their sharpness.
You remind yourself gently, if this truly needs attention, I will handle it tomorrow with a clear mind.
This creates inner permission to rest. It tells your nervous system, we are safe enough to pause. The no-drama rule also protects relationships. Many conflicts grow in the mind, not in real life. At night, your brain fills silence with meaning. A pause in conversation becomes rejection. A misunderstood message turns into emotional threat. A small tension becomes an imagined rupture. By refusing to interpret relationships at night, you protect yourself from baseless distress. Another benefit is how this rule restores emotional energy. Every dramatic spiral drains your vitality. Every exaggerated story exhausts your nervous system. Drama is stimulation, not rest, and the body cannot surrender to sleep while it feels emotionally activated. By shutting down drama, you reclaim your energy and prepare your mind for softness. Finally, the no-drama rule invites dignity. You treat your inner world with maturity. You refuse to indulge emotional chaos. You choose peace over performance, truth over stories, rest over rumination. And when the night becomes free of drama, something beautiful happens. Your mind quiets, your breath deepens, your body releases its grip. The darkness becomes gentle, and sleep rises, not through effort, but through absence of agitation. The Stoics knew this simple truth. The night is for rest,
not theatre, for stillness, not storytelling, for recovery, not emotional battles. When you embrace the no-drama rule for bedtime, the night stops being a stage and becomes a sanctuary. The night becomes peaceful when you remove drama from your thoughts, but there is still a final virtue that quietly shapes how easily you slip into rest: gentle self-restraint. Not the harsh, punishing kind, not the rigid, perfectionistic kind. The Stoics avoided all extremes. What they practiced was subtle, humane, and deeply calming. The ability to choose less when the mind wants more, to soften impulses rather than obey them, to hold yourself with a steady hand instead of a tight fist. Gentle self-restraint is the skill of guiding yourself through the night with discipline that doesn't wound you. It's the art of stopping your mind and body from indulging in habits that keep you awake. Overthinking, overstimulation, overanalysis, while treating yourself with kindness instead of force. This practice begins with recognizing one simple truth. Not every urge deserves your attention. Not every impulse deserves to be followed. Not every thought deserves to be entertained. Your mind at night is like a child asking for one more thing, one more worry, one more replay, one more distraction, one more check of your phone, one more reason to stay alert. These impulses are not malicious. They are conditioned, but giving in to them feeds the exact restlessness you're trying to escape. Gentle self-restraint starts with a soft refusal, not a hard no, not a punishing stop, just a quiet, compassionate, "We don't need that right now. We're done for the day. That can wait until tomorrow." The Stoics understood that inner discipline is most effective when it is tender. Harshness creates resistance, but gentle, firm boundaries create peace. When you treat your impulses like something to manage rather than something to obey or fight, the nervous system relaxes. The first layer of this practice is restraining mental impulses. When a thought tries to pull you into planning, you gently redirect. When a memory tries to pull you into rumination, you let it pass. When fear tries to drag you into prediction, you soften your attention. You don't wrestle with these thoughts. You simply guide your mind like you would guide a tired friend. Come back. Rest now. This redirection is not repression. It is choosing where your awareness rests. The next layer is emotional restraint, not suppression, restraint. The understanding that late-night emotions are louder because your mind is tired. You acknowledge them, but you don't amplify them. You allow the feeling, but you don't feed the narrative behind it. You resist the impulse to dive into emotional stories that only grow heavier in the dark. This creates emotional steadiness, not numbness. Steadiness. Another part of gentle self-restraint is stopping yourself from stimulating your senses. You restrain the urge to scroll. You restrain the urge to check your messages. You restrain the urge to seek distraction, because distraction wakes the mind. This is not punishment. It is self-protection. Sensory restraint safeguards your peace. The Stoics knew that overstimulation keeps the mind unsettled, so they made winding down a conscious act, not a passive hope. Another layer of this practice is physical restraint, not forcing stillness, just reducing unnecessary movement. Your body speaks in signals, fidgeting, shifting, pacing, reaching. These movements often come from a restless mind. When you gently restrain the body, placing your hands softly at your sides, letting your limbs settle, you give your nervous system a message of safety. The body says, "We are okay." The mind hears it and starts to believe. Gentle self-restraint also shows up in how you handle urges for control. At night,
The mind wants answers, clarity, closure. It wants to fix everything before rest. But gently restraining this impulse, saying to yourself, "Tonight is for rest, not solutions," creates an opening for peace. This is a kindness. You stop demanding impossible things of yourself. You stop insisting that the night must carry the weight of the day. This restraint frees you from unnecessary suffering. The Stoics also used gentle self-restraint to avoid the trap of perfectionism. At night, the tired mind becomes critical and dramatic. It tells you that you didn't do enough, didn't say enough, weren't enough. But with restraint, you stop this spiral before it grows. You say, "This is not the time for evaluation." You say, "I can rest without earning it." You say, "I don't need to fix myself tonight." These statements are boundaries, soft but powerful. Another layer is energetic restraint, choosing not to engage in activities that raise your internal arousal level. Even excitement can keep you awake. The Stoics understood that peace comes from moderation. The night is not the time to fuel the mind, it is the time to quiet it. Gentle self-restraint teaches moderation, pacing, and inner order. It teaches you to guide yourself instead of letting impulses lead you. It teaches you that discipline can be soft, warm, and caring. And the final layer is surrender. The restraint of trying too hard. The restraint of forcing sleep. The restraint of gripping for peace. You release the effort. You let yourself rest without trying. You let sleep arrive on its own timeline. Because gentle restraint is not about control, it is about choosing what you will and will not feed with your attention. You choose rest over impulse. You choose calm over urgency. You choose softness over force. You choose peace over stimulation. And when you practice gentle self-restraint, the night becomes a place where you lead yourself quietly toward rest. Not through harsh discipline, but through compassionate guidance. A guidance that whispers, "You've done enough, you are enough, and now we rest." Gentle self-restraint creates a softer inner world, but there is still one final truth the Stoics leaned on at night, one capable of dissolving the ego more quickly and more deeply than any technique or ritual. A truth most people avoid during the day, but that becomes a source of profound calm when approached with honesty and humility in the quiet of night. It is memento mori, the remembrance that life is finite, but not in a morbid way, not in a fearful way, not in a dramatic way. The Stoics used this truth not to frighten themselves, but to free themselves from ego, from pressure, from comparison, from the illusion that every mistake is permanent, and from the belief that every problem is catastrophic. At night, when the ego is most vulnerable and loudest, memento mori becomes a gentle teacher whispering, "Slow down. None of this is as big as your ego makes it." Nightly memento mori is not about imagining death. It's about remembering the simple fact that your time is limited, and that limited time is precious. You stop wasting it on needless self-judgment, imaginary conflicts, or ego-driven fears. This practice begins with acknowledging impermanence. The day you just lived, it will never return. The version of you who lived it, already shifting. The emotions that felt heavy this morning, already fading. The worries that felt sharp last week, already softened. Everything passes, especially ego-driven concerns. Your ego clings to small embarrassments. It clings to the desire to prove yourself. It clings to status, image, perfection, control. But when you hold these concerns next to the reality of impermanence, they shrink instantly. The comment that stung today won't matter in a year. The awkward moment will dissolve into memory. The unfinished task will soon be replaced by another. The fear of being judged will fade as people focus on their own lives. Memento mori strips the ego of its false importance and returns you to what is real. The next layer of this practice is gratitude, not forced, but natural. When you remember that your time on this earth is finite, tonight becomes meaningful, rest becomes meaningful, your breath becomes meaningful, the chance to lay your head down safely becomes meaningful. Gratitude arises not because you push for it, but because the ego stops blocking it. Suddenly, the present moment becomes enough. You stop reaching, you stop gripping, you stop demanding more from life than what it's offering right now. Nightly memento mori also helps release resentment. The ego loves to hold grudges. It loves to replay arguments. It loves to imagine rebuttals and victories. But when you remember that life is short, the desire to win every emotional battle fades. You realize the cost of carrying anger. You realize the weight of holding on to pride. You realize how little time you want to spend feeling bitterness toward anyone. You let things go, not because you're weak, but because you're wise. Another powerful effect of this practice is the softening of perfectionism. When you remember your human limits, the pressure to achieve constantly dissolves. You stop demanding flawlessness from yourself. You stop expecting perfection from your day. You stop turning small imperfections into moral failings.
You recognize that your goal is not to be perfect, it is to be present.
Nightly memento mori also brings clarity to what matters and what does not. The ego inflates the trivial. It exaggerates minor issues. It obsesses over appearances. It fears looking foolish. But when you view your life from the perspective of its finiteness, these concerns lose their power. They seem small because they are small. What remains meaningful is simple: your kindness, your effort, your honesty, your growth, your connections, your moments of peace. Everything else becomes background noise. The Stoics used this nightly reflection to protect their sleep. When you remember that life is fragile, you realize that arguing with yourself at midnight is a waste of your precious hours. You stop replaying the day as if you could live it again. You stop planning tomorrow as if your worth depends on it. You stop lying awake trying to adjust the past or shape the future. You return to what you do have: this breath, this moment, this night. The final step of nightly memento mori is a soft, humbling truth. You do not need to fix everything before you sleep. You simply need to rest, because tomorrow is not guaranteed. And that is exactly why rest matters. This reflection does not create fear. It creates clarity. It creates appreciation. It creates presence. Your ego quiets because it can no longer pretend that its dramas are life and death situations. It stops demanding validation. It stops inflating problems. It stops resisting rest. And in the space left behind, what remains is peace, the kind that comes from knowing that life is finite, that this moment is precious, and that tonight is a gift you do not want to waste on worry. With memento mori in your heart, you fall asleep not with fear, but with acceptance, not with tension, but with gratitude, not with ego, but with clarity. And that clarity is what lets the night cradle you into deep, honest, restorative sleep. The ego softens when you remember your finite place in the world, but even with humility in your heart, emotions still rise, sometimes gently, sometimes sharply. And the Stoics knew something profound. You cannot eliminate emotion. You cannot shut it off. You cannot outrun it. Even the wise feel deeply.
Even philosophers ache. Even strong minds tremble at times. But what separates suffering from serenity is not the presence of emotion. It is what you do with it. This is where the Stoics practiced something powerful: emotional transmutation, the art of taking raw, unprocessed emotion and turning it into something useful, steady and grounded. Not suppressing it, not denying it, not drowning in it, transforming it. They treated emotion as energy, neutral until shaped. And the night is the perfect time for this shaping, because it is the hour when emotions become loudest. The world is quiet, the mind is open, and whatever you ignored during the day rises to the surface, asking to be understood. Stoic emotional transmutation begins with a simple acknowledgement. Your emotions are messages, not commands. They are signals, not verdicts. They are invitations to understand yourself, not orders to react. When you start here, the emotional weight already becomes lighter. The first step is naming what you feel, not poetically, not dramatically, but simply. I feel tense. I feel sad. I feel disappointed. I feel hopeful. I feel uneasy. I feel overwhelmed. Naming an emotion transforms it from something amorphous and intimidating into something defined and containable. You move from drowning inside it to holding it gently in your hands. The next step is asking the emotion what it's trying to signal. Sadness often signals unmet needs. Frustration signals blocked goals. Fear signals uncertainty or attachment. Guilt signals values you care about. Jealousy signals desire or insecurity. Worry signals imagination working overtime. None of these emotions are enemies. They are teachers. When you examine emotion with curiosity instead of resistance, you begin to understand what it wants from you, and often it wants far less than you assume. Then comes the true Stoic art, separating the emotion from the interpretation. Emotion is sensation. Interpretation is story. Emotion, my chest feels tight. Story, something is terribly wrong. Emotion, I feel anxious. Story, I'm going to fail. Emotion, I feel sad. Story, this will never change. The stories create suffering. The emotion simply exists. Stoic emotional transmutation teaches you to drop the story and work with the raw sensation instead. You ask, what does the emotion feel like physically? Not what it means, what it feels like. Tightness, heat, pressure, heaviness, movement? When you focus on sensation, something incredible happens. The emotion transforms on its own, because emotions are energy, and energy moves. The Stoics allowed this movement. They did not try to freeze emotion or hold it still. They breathed into it. They softened around it. They gave it space. They treated emotion like a guest, not an invader. And guests leave more quickly when you allow them in without hostility. The next step is transmutation, turning the emotion into something useful. Fear can become caution. Anger can become clarity of boundaries. Sadness can become tenderness. Frustration can become determination. Regret can become wisdom. Worry can become preparation. Loneliness can become self-connection. Each emotion contains a seed of strength when examined without drama. So you ask gently, what is the highest expression of this emotion? How can it serve me instead of drain me? What truth is this emotion pointing toward? This transforms emotional energy into insight rather than agitation. Another part of Stoic transmutation is letting the emotion complete its cycle.
not rushing it, not clinging to it, letting it rise, peak, and fall naturally, like a wave. When you stop interfering, the emotional cycle is surprisingly short. What feels like a storm becomes a passing cloud when you stop feeding it with stories and resistance.
This nightly transformation turns emotional intensity into emotional clarity.
The final part of this practice is release, not forcing emotion away, but letting it fade once its message has been delivered.
You say internally, "Thank you for showing me this. You may go now."
And often the emotion does.
The breath deepens, the chest softens, the nervous system unwinds, the mind grows still.
Because once emotion is seen, understood, and transmuted, it no longer needs to fight for your attention.
This Stoic approach does not make you emotionless. It makes you emotionally wise.
You become someone who can feel deeply without drowning, someone who can acknowledge emotion without being ruled by it, someone who can turn discomfort into understanding and intensity into calm. And when you practice emotional transmutation before bed, the night becomes a space of transformation rather than turmoil. You fall asleep not as someone overwhelmed by inner waves, but as someone who has learned how to surf them with dignity, clarity, and quiet strength. This is the Stoic path, not to shut emotion down, but to turn it into peace. The mind becomes clearer when you allow emotions to move through you. But there is still one more Stoic practice that completes the descent into deep peace, one that works not through force, but through quiet awareness. It is the discipline of silent observation, the ability to watch your thoughts, sensations, and emotions without reacting, interfering, or adding unnecessary stories. The Stoics knew that most nighttime suffering isn't caused by thoughts themselves, but by the instant way we merge with them. A thought appears, and suddenly you're inside it. A memory rises, and you relive it. An emotion surfaces, and you assume it defines you. Silent observation breaks this automatic identification by reminding you that you are not the activity of your mind. You are the one watching from behind it. This practice begins with soft inner stillness, not the forced silence of trying to empty the mind, but the gentle quiet of simply observing whatever shows up. You don't push thoughts away or pull them closer. You don't judge your emotions or try to reshape your sensations. You just notice them. A thought drifts in, and you let it pass without following. A feeling moves through your chest, and you acknowledge it without interpreting. A sensation in your body tightens or loosens, and you allow it without labeling it as good or bad. Silent observation is awareness without resistance, attention without attachment, presence without pressure. The Stoics use this discipline because it creates immediate emotional freedom. When you observe a thought instead of becoming it, its influence weakens. When you watch fear without feeding it, the intensity fades. When you witness a memory without stepping back into it, the memory loses its sting. This approach turns your inner experience into something you can watch instead of something you must wrestle with. A key part of this discipline is recognizing the difference between pure awareness and mental commentary. Awareness is the raw fact of experience. There is tension in my stomach. Commentary is the story layered on top. This tension means something is wrong. Awareness says, I feel restless. Commentary says, I'll never calm down. Silent observation asks you to let go of commentary so the simplicity of awareness can settle your nervous system. When commentary drops away, anxiety loses its fuel. Another part of silent observation is non-interference. the willingness to let thoughts and feelings move without trying to control them. Most people try to manage their inner world by pushing away discomfort or clinging to pleasant thoughts. But non-interference is more powerful. It teaches you to sit in quiet presence while the mind reveals itself. Thoughts become like passing scenery rather than invitations to act. When you stop trying to manipulate your inner experience, your mind naturally starts to slow, like water becoming still when you stop stirring it. This discipline also changes your relationship with discomfort. When a sensation arises and you observe it without resisting, it often dissolves more quickly than you expect. The body relaxes because it no longer feels the pressure of your reaction. The mind softens because it is no longer fighting itself. Silent observation teaches you that discomfort is tolerable when you stop intensifying it through mental stories. Over time, the mind begins to slow on its own. Thoughts lose momentum when you don't chase them. Emotions lose intensity when you don't magnify them. You begin to sink into a kind of effortless calm where sleep becomes a natural outcome rather than something you must work for. The deepest part of silent observation is discovering the observer itself, the quiet, steady awareness behind your thoughts and feelings. This awareness does not panic, rush, criticize, or cling. It simply watches. When you touch this presence, you experience a profound realization. You are not your thoughts or emotions. You are the awareness behind them. This recognition dissolves anxiety more effectively than any technique because it frees you from identifying with mental noise. Silent observation teaches you to remain still while your inner world moves around you. Thoughts appear and fade, and you remain steady. Feelings rise and fall, and you remain grounded. Sensations shift and dissolve, and you remain present. You no longer need to fix or control anything. You simply witness the ebb and flow of your inner life until it naturally quiets. In that quiet, sleep arrives effortlessly, because nothing inside you is fighting, arguing, or struggling for attention. The night becomes a sanctuary where you return to your true self, calm, aware, and at peace. Serenity deepens when you learn to watch your inner world without getting swept into it. But the Stoics went even further. They understood that one of the greatest sources of human suffering is the belief, often unconscious, that things should stay the same, that moments should last, that people should remain unchanged, that feelings should be consistent, that life should behave in ways that feel predictable and safe. This attachment creates tension, fear, disappointment, and restlessness. And so the Stoics turned to one of the most liberating truths available to the human mind. Everything is impermanent, and accepting that truth brings peace far more reliably than trying to fight it. Finding serenity through impermanence is not about detaching from life. It is about acknowledging the natural movement of existence so your heart no longer battles reality. When you stop expecting things to remain fixed, you stop feeling betrayed when they shift. You stop gripping the past. You stop fearing the future. You begin to rest inside the present with a kind of softness that only acceptance can create. This practice begins with a simple acknowledgement. Nothing you experience today will ever repeat in the exact same way. The conversations, the emotions, the small victories, the small frustrations, every one of them is already dissolving into memory. This isn't meant to create sadness. It is meant to create relief. You no longer need to carry the weight of the day because the day is already gone. Its mistakes won't follow you.
Its tensions won't repeat themselves in the same form. Its discomforts won't last forever. The impermanence of the day is your permission to let it go. The next layer of this practice involves recognizing that your inner world is also impermanent. Feelings come, rise, peak, and fade. Even the heavy ones, even the ones that feel impossible. Sadness softens, anxiety shifts, frustration dissolves, joy changes shape. No emotional state is permanent, which means you don't need to panic in the middle of any of them. You don't need to predict how long they will last or what they mean about you. You simply acknowledge, this too will pass. The Stoics believed that suffering comes not from emotion itself, but from the belief that emotion is permanent. When you remember its impermanence, the feeling loses its grip. Impermanence also brings serenity by shrinking worries. Many fears feel unbearable because the mind projects them into forever. A temporary problem begins to feel like a lifelong catastrophe. But when you sit with the truth that everything changes, even the most intense fear becomes smaller. You remind yourself that tomorrow will not feel like tonight. Next week will not feel like today. The tension in your chest will not always be this tight. The uncertainty you face now will evolve. The situation that feels stuck will shift because nothing stays frozen. Not people, not circumstances, not you. Another powerful aspect of this practice is understanding the impermanence of other people's reactions. Someone's mood, disappointment or frustration is rarely permanent. Yet many people lie awake, replaying moments, worried that they've damaged a relationship or disappointed someone forever. The Stoics saw this as unnecessary pain. People's emotions move. Their perspectives shift. Their judgments soften. Impermanence softens conflict in ways your mind cannot anticipate at night. Impermanence also frees you from the burden of perfection. Perfection requires things to be stable, but life is fluid. You are fluid. You are allowed to grow, stumble, try again, and evolve. When you accept that your life is a series of phases, not a fixed identity, you stop expecting perfection and start embracing progress. This releases an enormous amount of mental pressure. You can rest because you no longer demand final answers from yourself before sleep. Another layer of serenity through impermanence is recognizing the fleeting nature of moments of beauty, comfort, and safety, and using that awareness to deepen your appreciation. The warmth of your bed, the quiet of your room, the softness of your breath, the simple fact that you have made it through another day, these are small blessings that many people rush past without noticing. When you understand that nothing lasts forever, the present becomes precious. Gratitude stops being forced and becomes natural. The Stoics also understood that impermanence dismantles ego. When you remember that your achievements will fade, your mistakes will fade, your reputation will fade, and even your most intense feelings will fade, you stop taking yourself so seriously. This isn't nihilism, it's humility, and humility brings peace. You stop holding on to grudges, you stop replaying embarrassments, you stop fearing the judgments of others. You stop treating small events as permanent marks on your identity. Everything is fluid, everything flows, everything moves. The final layer of this practice comes at the moment you lie down. You acknowledge that even this moment, this quiet night, this version of you, this breath, is impermanent, not in a sad way, in a liberating way. You don't have to cling to it. You don't have to control it. You don't have to fear losing it. You simply meet it fully, because it is here now. And in that meeting, peace rises naturally. The mind softens its grip, the heart stops resisting, the body releases what it held. You drift towards sleep, not because you forced calm, but because you embraced the truth that everything changes, and that truth frees you from needing to hold on so tightly. Impermanence is not the enemy of serenity, it is the doorway to it. The mind relaxes when you accept the impermanence of life, but serenity deepens even further when you remember something just as powerful. You are not alone in your struggles. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from the belief that your pain is unique, your worries are isolated, and your challenges set you apart from others. This sense of separation makes difficulties feel heavier than they truly are. So they practiced a quiet reflection each night, a meditation on shared humanity, a reminder that every experience you had today, someone else has lived before. Every emotion you felt, someone else is feeling right now. Every worry you carry, someone else has carried too. This practice begins with acknowledging that suffering is universal, not in a dramatic way, but in a grounding way. People across the world, people you know, and people you'll never meet, are falling asleep tonight with their own mix of joy, regret, hope, and fear. You are part of a collective experience, not a solitary one. Your struggles do not isolate you, they connect you to everyone else who has ever lived. This softens the heart. It removes the weight of self-blame and self-judgment. You no longer see your struggles as proof that something is wrong with you. You see them as proof that you are human. As you settle into this reflection, you begin noticing the common threads of human life. Everyone worries about the future. Everyone carries emotional scars. Everyone has moments of insecurity, disappointment, grief, or longing. Even the strongest people feel lost sometimes. Even the most confident feel doubt. Even the happiest feel sadness. Even the wise feel confusion. This universal truth brings a sense of belonging, a feeling that you are part of something larger than yourself. The Stoics found peace in this understanding because it dissolves the idea that suffering is a personal failure. When you stop believing you shouldn't feel what you feel, the emotion relaxes. When you stop believing you're the only one who has made mistakes, guilt fades. When you stop believing everyone else is doing better, your heart loosens. Judgment dissolves into compassion. Another powerful aspect of this meditation is recognizing the shared fragility of human life. Every person you've interacted with today has their own hidden battles, their own fears, their own insecurities, their own challenges that you will never see. The driver who seemed impatient, the co-worker who spoke sharply, the stranger who looked distant, the family member who felt cold. Each of them carries worries and memories and pressures you know nothing about. This recognition shifts you from frustration to understanding. You stop taking things personally when you realize others are navigating their own storms, just as you are. This shared humanity also builds compassion toward yourself. If you can understand that others deserve grace, you begin to see that you do too. You wouldn't shame someone else for feeling overwhelmed. You wouldn't condemn a friend for struggling. You wouldn't demand perfection from someone you care about. This awareness reflects inward. You become kinder to yourself because you recognize your humanity in the humanity of others. Another layer of this practice is remembering that connection itself is part of being human. People need understanding, they need acceptance, they need kindness, and you are no exception. Feeling lonely doesn't mean you're inadequate, it means you're wired for connection. Feeling misunderstood doesn't mean you're flawed, it means you care about being seen. Feeling emotional doesn't mean you're weak,
It means you're alive. When you view these experiences through the lens of shared humanity, the shame dissolves and is replaced by acceptance. The Stoics also used this meditation to dissolve comparison. They knew that comparing your inner world to the outer appearances of others creates unnecessary suffering. You see someone's calm exterior and assume they have no worries. You see someone's achievements and assume they feel whole. But everyone carries invisible challenges. Everyone is navigating complexity. Everyone is figuring life out one day at a time. When you remember this, the pressure to measure up evaporates. You feel more at ease being yourself. Another calming effect of this reflection is the way it shrinks feelings of isolation. At night, the mind loves to tell you that you're the only one struggling, that you're behind, that you should be further along. But the truth is that countless others are lying awake with similar thoughts. This collective reality brings comfort. You stop feeling like an outlier and start feeling like part of the human story. The final part of this meditation is gratitude. Quiet, natural gratitude for the shared experience of being human. Gratitude for the people who have supported you. Gratitude for the strangers who unknowingly made your day easier. Gratitude for the countless individuals across the world who are also trying their best. Gratitude for the fact that you are part of something much larger, something woven through every human heart. As this awareness settles, your inner world becomes softer. Your concerns feel lighter. Your emotions feel less threatening. You recognize that you don't have to carry everything alone. You never did. You never will. You are human. You are connected. You are understood, even by those who've never met you. And with that recognition, the night becomes a place where you can rest, not as a lone individual wrestling with your inner world, but as one human among many, sharing the same fragile, beautiful journey toward peace. The mind softens when you remember your shared humanity, but serenity deepens even further when you begin organizing your inner world with intention. The Stoics understood that chaos outside is manageable, but chaos inside is what disturbs sleep. A cluttered mind, a tangled mix of thoughts, unresolved fears, half-finished worries, these create an internal disorder that follows you into the night. To counter this, they built what can be called the Temple of Inner Order, not a real structure, but a mental sanctuary where everything has its place, and nothing is allowed to roam freely in the dark. The Temple of Inner Order is the practice of mentally arranging your inner world so it becomes peaceful, structured, and dignified, especially before sleep. It's not about forcing your mind to be perfect or silencing every thought. It's about giving each thought, emotion, and memory a clear position so they no longer collide and overwhelm you. Instead of letting your mind feel like a messy room where everything is scattered, you create an internal space that feels clean, calm, and organized. This practice begins with acknowledging what is currently inside you. Most people never stop long enough to see the state of their inner world. They simply feel the pressure of everything stacked on top of everything else. In the Temple of Inner Order, you take a moment to observe what is present, your thoughts, worries, emotions, hopes. You don't judge them. You simply recognize what exists. This alone creates clarity. When you see your inner world clearly, it stops feeling like a blur. The next step is sorting, not solving. Sorting. You mentally place each thing into its rightful category, a practical concern. You place it into tomorrow, a past mistake. You place it into already finished.
An emotion that needs time, you place it into processing. A thought with no purpose, you place it into release. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes peaceful when everything has a home, just as a physical space becomes peaceful when objects are placed where they belong. Once you sort these internal elements, you create boundaries inside your mind. You decide what belongs in your night and what does not. The temple of inner order is a space where you do not allow clutter. You don't let tomorrow's tasks sit in the center of your attention. You don't let other people's emotions take up residence. You don't allow minor irritations to wander freely. You place boundaries around them, and those boundaries bring peace. Another part of this practice is arranging your thoughts in order of importance. The mind tends to treat all thoughts as equal, but they are not. Some deserve attention, some deserve acknowledgement, some deserve release, and some don't deserve any of your energy at all. When you create inner order, you elevate what truly matters and lower what does not, so your mental landscape becomes balanced rather than overwhelmed. The temple of inner order also involves clearing unnecessary noise. Throughout the day, you absorb fragments, comments, images, worries, unfinished thoughts. Before sleep, these fragments can mix together and create emotional static. But when you consciously clear them, breathing deeply, letting your mind soften, releasing what doesn't need to stay, you create inner spaciousness. The quieter the mind becomes, the easier it is to rest. Another layer of this inner temple is recognizing the sacredness of your nighttime state. You treat the night not as a continuation of the day, but as a sacred transition into restoration. This mental shift helps you protect your inner temple from being invaded by stress or negativity. You remind yourself, this space is for peace, not for problem solving, not for planning, not for rumination. This boundary creates an emotional sanctuary that the mind begins to honor. Over time, the temple of inner order becomes a place you can return to again and again. A space where your mind knows how to settle. A place where your inner world feels dignified, not chaotic. You no longer feel like your thoughts are running you. Instead, you feel like you are gently guiding them, placing each one where it belongs, letting the unnecessary fall away. The beauty of this practice is that the more inner order you create, the less emotional noise you experience. A mind that is organized does not panic. A mind that is sorted does not spiral. A mind with boundaries does not wander into every dark corner. Inner order becomes a form of self-respect, a way of treating your mind as a sanctuary rather than a dumping ground. And when you finally lie down at night, with your inner temple arranged and your thoughts placed gently in their rightful spaces, your mind feels open, quiet, and safe. Nothing is left floating. Nothing is left buzzing. Nothing is left demanding attention. Just a clean, inner landscape ready for rest. The temple of inner order is not about creating a perfect mind. It's about creating a peaceful one. A mind that feels aligned, organized, and dignified enough to release the day without fear. And in that orderly inner sanctuary, sleep comes not as an escape, but as the natural continuation of a mind that has finally found its place of rest. After 4 hours of slowing down, softening inward, and walking through the deepest Stoic principles ever crafted for the human mind, you've stepped into a truth most people never reach. Peace isn't something you chase, it's something you allow. You've learned to let go of the day, release what isn't yours, return to the present, quiet the ego,
calm the body, and reorganize your inner world into something steady and dignified. You've practiced nightly indifference, embraced cosmic perspective, rewired your relationship with discomfort, dissolved judgment, welcomed uncertainty, honored your humanity, and built a temple of order within yourself. You've stopped seeing your thoughts as commands, your emotions as threats, and your concerns as permanent. You've returned to the place where sleep begins naturally, not in the mind, but in the stillness beneath it. So tonight, as you lay your head down, remember the simplest Stoic truth of all. You are allowed to rest. You've done enough. You are enough. And the peace you've been seeking isn't somewhere out there. It's right here, in this quiet moment, waiting for you to let go. Before you drift off, I want to hear from you. Which Stoic idea hit you the deepest tonight? Which part brought you the most calm? Leave a comment, and let's grow this community of peaceful minds together. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe and tap the bell so you never miss another meditation, lesson, or guide made to strengthen your mind and soothe your nights. Sleep well, my friend. You've earned it.